democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Well, once before, just think about the mic in your pocket needs batteries. You want me to put it in now? And if I don't, I don't know, man. I just wish you would move back. If you're saying I'm not moving, you're like, I'm done, I'm not moving, is that what you're saying? I'm asking you what happens if that's what we're doing. What's the supervisor say? He's coming right now. Thank you.
Guys, how you doing? All right. First step. Nice to meet you. Okay. We're gonna make an arrest with establishing police, and we'll have a designated press area. You can't come into the area around for safety purposes.
What if we stand up on the side out of your way? I see there's a bunch of empty space over there so that we can get the media coming by in a country where we have.
Absolutely. We'll establish a press area. How's that?
Will you do that prior to the arrest?
Absolutely.
Where will that be?
I'll establish it and let you know.
Thanks so much.
Great. You're welcome.
Let me know where. I'm going to take battery. Let's do it now.
Get the truck together. Watch it go. On the other side. Go.
What time are you going to be out of the way? That's correct.
Great.
That grass over there, all right? Whoever doesn't want to follow me, and you guys are on the line of the city, they're going to follow you. Stay right here. Come on, guys. I have risked everything to bring this to you.
You gotta line it and choose.
Probably yes. No one honey. Bettina and I always suggest if you're up for it, you walk over and do some sweeping action for the press. Like sweep and do it for the press. And also make sure someone gets a picture of you from back end. That person's doing in front of you. Like just need to give them your phone and then text it. Look at everybody. Yay, hi.
No, it's all static. Yeah, I got it out. Yeah, I pulled it out of volume. Yeah. So, you can do the recorder and just make the I don't really know if you guys want me anywhere else or it's your fun. I can send you, why don't you run out to the middle of the... No, okay, thanks. Are you sure you're not getting any sound? It comes out of pretty close to static. If you hear anything, do you still hear it right now? I hear stuff, yeah, I hear static. Yeah. Nothing good?
422K, you're activated for this round.
We think we'll be good.
422K, activated for the south, north, and south.
But you're still live right now? Yes. Yeah, we got 23,000 watching. Alright. Probably gonna cut you can go up to an hour. This group here is the group that is opted not to be arrested. And here's our group that is chosen to be arrested. Police made it very clear about 15 or 20 minutes ago that we need to be here on this side of the line. Democracy! If you do not wish to be arrested. Congressional president. TYT didn't get that. And Cenk is in the middle of that group. If you can see a yellow sign, the people that's highest, the yellow sign, Cenk is two people below that yellow sign. You see this Supreme Court justice. I don't know which one. Wearing a black robe, Supreme Court justice. Supreme Court reacted to Obama's re-election in 2008 with the Citizens United decision. January 21st, 2010. So a year after he's inaugurated, Supreme Court rules that unlimited anonymous money is allowable to influence our elections. Obama was re-elected in 2012. And next summer, the Supreme Court rules that the Voting Rights Act is no longer necessary unless Congress decides to reinstitute it. And of course, Congress has decided to do nothing. So these people are gathered to say, we don't want our corporatist Supreme Court to determine the outcome of elections by letting money have unlimited influence and trying to restrict the right of the people to vote. We want you to do your job, restore the Voting Rights Act, abolish Citizens United ruling, and the unlimited influence of money on our elections. They gave me 3 chances to get out of there and not get arrested. This is Eric Myler talking. I did get arrested during Occupy and it was not fun. I don't intend to do it again. You'd think there would be 100,000 people, but you know, the Moral Monday movement in 2013, April 29, 2013, 17 people got arrested. Before the summer was over, 1,000 people had gotten arrested, and they would have crowds of 10,000 there every Monday. So, what's happening right now is that this phone belongs to a TYT employee named Chris, and I don't know how many thousand other phones. All of these video cameras with the congressional press, they're amplifying this message. They're witnessing and amplifying this message, and it may be that more people come tomorrow to get arrested. It may be that more people come the next day. When you get arrested for civil disobedience, it's not something that employers in the future are going to count against you. It's not anyone that you'd want to work for. When I got arrested at Occupy, the reason why I don't want to do it again as a journalist is that the lost footage, so I did everything sort of terrifying to have the government use physical force to we don't want to occupy the land anymore. And by the way, that was a lawsuit. We fought for it. Along with 3 other people that were arrested. It was around Thanksgiving in 2011. Okay, what is happening is that a group of concerned citizens, including Cenk, are sitting at the steps of the United States Capitol. They are here to protest the undue influence of money in politics and the attempts to restrict voting in the wake of, actually not just the 2008 election results, but also the 2000 census, which showed that our country was becoming more diverse racially. They've been working on voting restrictions ever since, behind the scenes for a number of years, but the first voter ID law was put in place in 2006. Imagine that, we didn't have any kinds of, okay, what you see right now is these police officers are arresting the first person. It looks like they have over 100 to arrest. It's going to be a while. I'm sorry I can't get you a closer angle, but we have other people doing this. I'm going to start filming with our good camera. We're back to Chris. Chris, if you want to Second person to be arrested. What's your last name, Chris? How? Nice to meet you, Eric. Hi. They're building a dog to produce a UD. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that as well. I met the other Chris from New York. I've met him. So all the people who are observing today, they may well be getting arrested tomorrow. The brave people, including Cenk, are in there to be the first sacrificial lambs. If this is modeled after Moral Monday, you guys should look it up. If this goes the way Moral Monday did, it will amplify, it will grow. Thank you for protecting and serving us. The voice that you hear, trying to get a shot of this guy in the wake behind him. Cops probably are. Everything is okay, folks. The government is not corrupt. There's no need to get money out. You are free to vote, Democrat or Republican. Things will change. Who cares if they're owned by the same company? We need to arrest more non-violent offenders. There's way too many empty private prison cells. Yes, there are. I think I smell pot. Arrest everyone. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to pharmaceutical companies. It's dangerous. Yes. It's dangerous to alcohol companies, and we need to protect them. One nation, heavily drugged, independently corrupt, with liberty and justice for sale. This is what democracy looks like. We better arrest everyone. We can't have democracy in a republic controlled by corporations, can we? It's very inconvenient. There's way too many empty private prison cells, officers. Please arrest all of us. Free room and board. The best government money can buy. There's another person in the I'm sorry. Everything fine. Officers, I'd like to report a suspicious I saw some lobbies over there. You want to check this out? What type of do you have? Are you sure? Because I didn't bring one. I just brought these guys. Oh, we're throwing some reds. He might want it, but I don't know where he is. Oh, there he is. That guy right there. Everything is okay, folks. We're being protected and served. Oh, they're just doing their job? Oh, I'm so sorry. Apologies for exercising my freedom of speech. I'm just doing my job as a We need real police officers. We need peacekeepers. We need democracy. democracy seekers. We don't need corporate stuff. I speak for millions of people. Yeah, it's over an hour now. Hey, Praveen, you there? Looks like Cenk is on his phone.
Yeah, he is.
Can you record something? I'm filming it right now.
Okay.
Oh my God, we can talk.
He was recording. I don't know if he was live. Sorry.
No, we really needed a second line of defense. It was so necessary. Our tax dollars, hard at work, everybody.
You know, a lot of these people are probably alive in the 60s, and they're doing it again. I'm a marijuana prohibitionist. I'm a law activist. You have you're recording. I have his contact information.
Sorry?
I have his contact for the man who was arrested.
Oh, do you? I think he's posting right now. I can see him in this long list. Hey, you, over there. Amazing. If you know where to find Cenk having trouble getting on a plane, I think he's about to transmit something from inside that sit-in. Thank you. Do you have anything to say to people? 25,000 people watching you right now. What do you want to say to them? Nothing. Why are you here?
Supporting them mostly, but I got arrested, but because I'm a rhino, they let me go. I don't know why.
So you were already over there when you got arrested?
Yeah, they were just like, just come to this side, because we can't do anything with you. So.
Oh. That was nice.
if she tried to prioritize
The technology.
Alright, here we go.
Small
Why are you here today? Dude, I'm here today because since 2009, top 1% has received 95% of all the new income. That's crazy. We need a government that speaks for all of us, every single one of us. Every single one of us deserves a say, deserves to decide what happens in our country, not just rich people who are deciding everything in our country. It's crazy what we have. It's absolutely absurd. The rich get what they want. The rich get what they want, and everyday Americans are left out to dry. Let's fix that. All of us. Thank you.
So you supporting Bernie Sanders?
I am, very much.
What do you think he's going to do?
I think Bernie Sanders is going to try to restore some growth to the middle class, which has been ever decreasing for the past so many decades. He's also going to make sure Wall Street plays by the same rules as all of us. And he wants to reform our criminal justice system. He sees what African American Latinos particularly are incarcerated at rates what is not the same for white Americans. He wants to address that. He wants to address the fact that the United States is the only major country in this world that doesn't guarantee health care as a basic human right. And he sees that and he wants to address that. That's something you have to respect the man for. He's also run his entire career on the same platform, the same principles, and that's so rare in Washington. It's so rare nowadays.
Awesome. What's your name?
My name's Andrew.
Nice to meet you. Very well said.
Thank you.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Sure. Absolutely.
Alright, tell everyone who you are.
I'm Katie Whittemslogger.
And I'm Adam Harrell.
Awesome, what are you guys doing here?
So we're both here for Democracy Spring. We're from Cleveland, Ohio. Yes, visiting in, and we want to see money out of politics more than anything else. For me in particular, I'm a chemical engineer, and I want to see money out of politics because of the way climate change is going and the fact that it's getting zero attention when you have somebody like the Koch brothers giving $900 million to the general election this year in their current plans, and it's just unacceptable.
Awesome.
And we're here to support civil protest and nonviolence, and if we figured if not us, then who? And if not now, or if not now, then when? So we're here.
Right?
Great. And how's Wolfpack going in Ohio?
It's slower there. I think if I had to guess a reason why, there's a lot of big corporations there. Fracking is huge there. You've got a lot of global corporations that started outside of Cleveland, so you get a lot of force back from that. It's also a swing state, Republican governor right now, so it's a little harder there. I hope to see it get in and get passed.
So a lot of people tell me that they kind of like John Kasich, even if they're a liberal, because he seems reasonable. What do you guys think?
Not okay.
Not okay.
He's done women's rights. He's done everything in his power to increase
He funded Planned Parenthood in Ohio, so I don't care how reasonable he is. If you still compare him, he's still taking corporate money. He has no problem with Citizens United. I know he seems more reasonable than Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, but we can't settle. We cannot settle.
Okay. So who do you support for president?
Bernie
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Awesome.
Bernie Sanders all the way.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, guys. You guys look like you want to fight.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where do you want me to go?
If you could just let us have a few minutes.
Sorry. I'm so proud of you.
How did you get it?
As far as how many people have been arrested, I'm not entirely sure. At least a couple dozen.
I think one bus is already left. They brought the second one in.
Government meant to represent you and me. If we keep with the government, it tells us now for me. You see, politicians have an honor.
Eric's right there.
With supply and campaign funding. More ads on TV, radio.
Well, as you can see behind me, there's a line of the Capitol Police. Now, they are lined up, making sure that no one gets any closer to the Capitol steps. And there are hundreds of people still sitting on the Capitol steps. They've been sitting there for the last hour. Some of them have been arrested. And we have heard from the police at the U.S. Capitol Police here in Washington, D.C. They say this is unprecedented. Never have this many people been arrested on the steps of the U.S. Capitol building. This is an unprecedented moment. This is part of the Democracy Spring protests. Protesters are raising the issue of the influence.
Oh, here we go. It's 3 minutes till the end of the video. There you go. Alright guys, make sure.
Still get 5,000 watches. There's actually a lot more people here. Protesting money in politics and also voters. So cute. Oh, they're chanting Wolfpack. Cenk is right at the regular rally. Ready for them on him. Getting a newsroom with Eric and Scott. Yes, at some point today.
Don't worry, guys. We're in here already.
Yeah, that was awesome. Right in the middle. It's kind of been waiting to do a newsroom for hours. This is more important. I don't know if you guys want to talk about stories right away. These are just the big news that are important.
Oh, I have just some breaking news you are all gonna love.
Let's give it to me. We've got a broken camera today. Now go for it. We'll watch. Tell us about the story.
Alright, so there has been early reports of lack of early voting, which a lot of political analysts are on right now, and they're saying that it's spoken in New York. There's, I believe, 76% lower early voting than what it was in 2012, and that's like a huge drop in early votes.
Wow. That's bad. That's really awesome. I hope she gets. I know she'll get close, but I hope it's a big loss.
We've also got a new Clinton scandal.
Oh.
Yeah, well, specifically, this isn't like, a new scandal, but it is new that Clinton is tied to this. She basically just got named in the Panama Papers.
Oh my goodness. So now, you know what I'm going to say here. What? Awesome. Yeah, Scott. Alright, what's your thoughts on that?
It's from the Washington Free Beacon.
Direct me tonight. That was on every
I've read the story. They just seem to present the PhD well. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I'll find it till it's confirmed that.
Well, they're talking about how two shell companies are tied directly to Hillary and Bill Clinton.
It's hard. It's not impossible. It's like weird. Scott, you can't deny that. That's true. But I don't believe that people ever reporting something without multiple sources. I agree. Yeah, I've done that. I made a big mistake. Warren endorsing Bernie has been reported many times around the world. Yeah.
Mistake we made it turns out.
Thank you. Yeah.
We had one source tell us that Carl wrote.
Yes. But just to give like a skim through of the story, apparently Clinton's own two shell companies, which are both addressed to 1209 North Orange Street, Delaware. I'm not sure exactly what city it is.
The excitement of this campaign is extraordinary because it's not just another presidential campaign. What we got here is a grassroots movement to restore America to its own people. That's why people get excited about this. Is the 2016 Declaration of Independence for us. The Declaration of Independence from the democratic, elites. That's what this is. You know, the corporate powers, they have I'm sorry, the economists have a technical term for what the power elites are doing to us. It's called stealing. After the suffered, they're stealing our wages, they're stealing our income, they're stealing our air and our water, they're stealing our children's futures, they're stealing our homes as well.
You came all the way to this?
I come to you from Austin, Texas, but in fact I come from South Austin.
Actually saw the video, Jack.
We're a little more irreverent on the south side.
Awesome. Did you get to meet him?
Slogan is, we're all here because we're not all there. Well, I think we're all here today.
Really care about what's happening to our natural world.
On Wall Street, in
Money and
Washington,
politics.
and in the corporate suites are not at all there in
Can't
terms
get a
of
whole lot of
understanding what
environmental
America
legislation
is all about.
Oil companies.
There's confused goats on astroturf when it comes to
We should really fight against money and politics.
we're all supposed to be in this thing together.
Yep.
And by the powers that be, I'm talking about the downsizers and privatizers. It's all frackers and the Walmart wage whackers. I'm talking about the bosses, the bankers, the bastards, and the bullshitters who think they're the top dogs.
From Europe.
This is a big time.
They have public funding of elections.
Where in Europe? Spain.
Democracy
Spain? Wait,
itself.
I'm sorry, education. I went to university. Yeah.
Big times require big change, and that requires big ideas, which means big politics. Typical warmed over business as usual corporate politics just ain't gonna cut it. Yet we have some
There you go.
and Washington said, well, we just tweak the system a little bit.
Obviously, you kind of have. I personally also.
I mean, tweak the system. The system is
Like definitely Bernie just yeah, I think that's the perfect. Awesome.
And in Seattle, we have so many homeless people. Right downtown, it's so weird to see all the homeless people.
Yeah. Vision of what America can be. Rally organization from this country is to realize how the society has everybody's it might be great I know that I'm assuming that the Washington has a very bad. We need agitators. We need agitators. It's up to you and me.
All right, well, thank you.
Murray's going to leave here this afternoon. You've got to go over to the classrooms.
This is actually Jordan from TYT. So let's start the message.
I first met Murray about 25 years ago. I campaigned for him. We ran for his house up in Vermont.
Yeah. I'm good.
You got me?
Cenk is over there. If you go over there, you got they might be coming for some people sitting in right now. There's quite a lot of people over there. I can say maybe a couple hundred sitting in with the intent to be arrested. Peaceful protest against money in politics. Cenk is sitting towards the front. He has spoken quite a few times about the toxicity of money in politics. And again, they're all over there willing to get arrested. This side over here is marching, protesting, but not getting arrested. I spoke with plenty of people here. The issues range from buried in $100,000 student loans. I talked to immigrants who feel like they're ostracized from society. I've spoken with older people who would tell me send the message to younger people that, their ideas are not pie in the sky. No change comes without young people lighting a fire And the common theme there is war. They know that lobbyists, banks, corporations are basically controlling the they're saying, regardless of whether he wins, whether he loses, they're going to march on after the election, which is important. You see a lot of times, there's mobilization, there's movement during an election, but then after the election, it kind of tapers off. The people I spoke to are ready to. TYT Network, keep looking back. Thanks. Thanks for being here, George.
See that Cenk is giving his speech to people right now. Cenk is getting bracelets at some point today, but not yet. Not yet.
I wish I could be on his side of the protest. But, on his side of the protest, I go over there, you're they're chanting, where is CNN? TYT a little bit ago. Well, there he goes.
You can't hear it because we don't have the audio patched in. So if you take the name, you have to do that. every morning. Coming back. Yep.
That's Nancy. I'm Paul. What's your name? Angela?
Yes.
Good to meet you.
Folks, if you're just tuning in, we're here on the steps of the United States Capitol. Right here. We're at a protest called Democracy Spring. So, the reason that all these people are here is because they're protesting money in politics. They're also protesting voter suppression. The host of TYT, Cenk Uygur, is in the middle of that crowd. He's making speeches. And everyone who's in that crowd is there to be arrested. How many people have been arrested? Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm fine. It's okay. You know what? I think this is stupid.
Cenk communicated with you whether he's still there?
Yeah, he's been sending clips.
We are?
Jordan, yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So, still over here at Democracy Spring. Over there across the Capitol Ocean is the folks chanting. I hear corporations have to go. I think I'm hearing Cenk's still up there strong. And a lot of the people I'm talking to here, they know the Young Turks. They love the Young Turks. One guy I was just talking to told me it's really like refreshing because half of this stuff he had no idea about until he started watching the Young Turks. You know, he just watches the media and it's all like stupid things like, you know, Trump's wife versus Cruz's wife and stuff like that. He watches the Young Turks and he actually knows now about the corruption, the donations. I've met a lot of people that I've interviewed who are telling me more and more that they don't think they're going to have the same opportunity as their parents' generation did. You know, parents always say we want our kids to do better than ourselves. A lot of them buried in debt and so on and so on. The people over there, I interviewed a couple people, including Cenk, and they're all, they think that the corruption and the money in politics is the defining issue, and they think regardless of Bernie Sanders, win or lose, he's going to ignite a movement that goes past the election.
because a lot of younger people who might not have been tuned in are starting to wake up. They're starting to see that, when they get out of college, they got to take shitty jobs. When they get out of college, they're not making a lot of money. When they get out of college, they can't really spend a lot of money because they're paying $1,000 in student loans a month. Whatever the case is. What I think is interesting here is not just young people. I've seen a lot of older people who, kind of have that activist at heart. Compared this to the civil rights movement and to women's rights, saying that you got to start small. This isn't small. I think there's thousands and thousands of people here, but you got to start small to really light a fire under the politicians' asses. I'm not up there to really see if they're reacting to politicians, but we've seen other media here. Obviously, Cenk's here, big on social media right now. I think what you're going to see from this is Bernie Sanders, the next debate, the candidate who's speaking to these issues. I think you're going to see a little bit more specifics in terms of the donations that Hillary Clinton gets, the donations that a lot of these establishment Democrats are getting. Somebody over there from South Florida was just telling me about Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who represents parts of South Florida, railing against that. So you're starting to see a lot more informed people as opposed to some of the rallies I go to for different candidates. So it's refreshing. So far, most of the people there have been arrests, but there's still quite a lot of people sitting in there. They're on the floor. Most of them have white bands around, a sign of peaceful resistance. And Cenk's leading the charge. So we'll continue to update you and let you know if our fearless leader is out of jail. Stay tuned. TYT. About a line of about 7 or 8 people just got arrested, moving out by the Capitol Police. They got white things behind their back. They're still there. I don't know if you can zoom in at all, but yeah. So they're all the way to the left. They're got white bandanas or something behind their back, holding them together. So yeah, you're starting to see zip ties. Thank you. You're starting to see there was a huge concentration of people here. Right to left. You're starting to see this section over there emptied out by people getting arrested. I don't really know where they're taking them. I guess to jail, but it's a lot of people. Yeah. So one by one, they're being walked out of the Capitol there under arrest. Cenk's still in the middle there. There's still like the police are taking people in small groups rather than mass arrests. But they don't really seem to be deterred. I see Cenk right there, standing up tall. You see other people. I see somebody on a megaphone, and I see a sign, claim for democracy. So they're pretty much at peace with being arrested for a good cause. And from what I see, Cenk and the people surrounding him are still active, waiting to be removed. As you see here, these people seem to be walking off willingly. Not sure. Capitol Police are summoning them. Oh yeah, they're putting the white zip line, whatever that is, behind them now. Yeah, so this whole line of people here are being put under arrest. It's like a very organized arrest too. They're letting them put their bags down. You know, kind of. It's not violent at all. It's pretty peaceful. See, it looks like a mix of older and younger to me. I see one woman straight ahead. If you can see her behind this cop, she looks like an older lady towards the back of the line. A guy with an American flag behind him has a bandana. It looks like is getting arrested. So it's starting to pick up the arrest. But Cenk is standing up tall. He's not under arrest because he just gave us a thumbs up. It's looking like they're picking up the pace. As they clear out, you start to see the people in the front of the sit-in sitting there. And they're clapping as people get arrested. So they're definitely happy with what's going on. I see Adam Green from Democratic Change Campaign. He's sitting prepared to get arrested. I see people. I see wheelchairs over there too. So there's some people sitting in wheelchairs, ready to get arrested. So a lot of energy. People waving at us back here. You can see Cenk's waving right now. The energy back here. They're waving at us. They're cheering over here. A lot of energy. And by the way, I haven't been able to look, but last time I looked, Twitter is really blowing up with it. A lot of retweets, a lot of chatter. This side is chanting democracy, that side chanting spring. And really, because you can't see it up close, Cenk is really in his element. I'm looking at his face right now. He's diehard about this. He's really getting a lot of energy off of the people here and the people there. And it's pretty calm up there. It seems like they're still clearing out the last batch of people who were arrested while the others sit down. So it's kind of an organized process. And by the way, I almost got threatened with arrest because I apparently was standing on a thing to get a better shot that you're not allowed to stand on. I tested it a little bit, but I can't get arrested. So it looks like the people getting arrested are standing in front of the police van. So they might be, waiting for spaces to clear out on there before they put them in the police van. Looks like a couple dozen over on the left side, standing with the white, they're not handcuffs, but the white rope zip tuck, the right zip tuck is behind them. Doesn't really seem like they have that many police vans, so it's pretty much one at a time. But that is what interviews do. That is the theory. Okay. Exactly. Sure. Okay. So we can hook it up so that they're getting the sound. I know. Really nice of you to do that. Keep an eye on Jake. Make sure he doesn't get arrested while I'm doing that. I'm looking at him. Jake's like this. So we want to switch it to. Where's your camera? Right of it? Wow. How many was that? So they're clapping as the people getting arrested seem to be bopping left and right. So even as they get arrested, there seems to be quite a bit of cheer over there. Spare batteries that I gave you have on them. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. When you're done with that, I might grab a longer lens and get some stuff. I guess not. But yeah, you can take your bag. Just take anything that's mine out of it. Well, can I leave it? All right. So you see another batch leaving here. The police van taking people who were arrested. I can't see because I can't see what they're doing in the van. Circling around. Jordan's mic. Oh, thanks. Thank you. That's good. He's got it. Okay, turn it on, Jordan. All right, so hold on. You got it good? We got it clipped into your phone. It's always in there. Okay, Jordan. Yeah, so they're taking off more people here. What? So, yeah, these same group of people have been standing there for a while, so it seems like the police, I see a policeman playing with the what's that called? The zip ties behind them. Yeah, they've been standing there for a while. It seems like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 people standing up there in the center. And over there on the left, there's more people getting ready. They're starting to put them in that police van over there. So, yeah, one by one, they're going in there. There's chants over there where Cenk is. Can't really hear what they're chanting about, but they're singing freedom songs. Keep your eyes on the prize, they're singing.
It's pretty cool.
And yeah, police are carrying water bottles too, I guess, to their fellow policemen.
No, it was pretty crowded down.
Still a lot of people singing, a lot of people clapping, American flag waving.
Out a little bit, but
It looks like yeah, as soon as these people to the left are put in that police car, they're going to start motioning these people over where the police car is. There's the people over here are starting to be walked over. So it seems like a progressive line from the center there, that way to the left, and kind of in groups they're putting in the police van. It only looks like they have 1 or 2 police vans who keep coming, circling back in and out of here to take people out of here. Cenk is still over there. He's clapping right now. So they're still pretty strong up there. They're just waiting for their ride in the van, so to speak.
this is what democracy looks like.
What
democracy looks like.
Yeah, so they're starting to chant, "This is what democracy looks like." Heard that a lot today. A lot of chants, "This is our house," as opposed to, the banks, the corporations, the lobbyists. And what's really uplifting is just the cross section. Like, it's not just young people who are really active. You see some old timers who probably were active, things like the Vietnam protests, the women's rights movement, those kinds of things. So this side's chanting, "Tell me what democracy looks like." That side's chanting, "This is what democracy looks like."
Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy.
And the crowd on the side that I'm standing is still pretty significant. Some people have left, but still a lot of people here.
Tell me what democracy looks like. Tell me what
So a lot of rowdy people, a lot of angry people, but still a lot of hopeful people, which is good. You have kind of obstructed, but you got a view over there of the people, the next batch of people that are going to get put in a police wagon. They're waiting. It looks like it could be like a dozen or two people. And one by one, they're going to go in the police wagon. My understanding of the arrest process is they'll be in holding cells or what have you for a little while, and then be released. So they won't be in jail for months or even days. So that's positive. But it's inspiring. It's inspiring that you see all these people willing to take drastic, peaceful but drastic action. And you can see both sides are feeding off each other. This side is supporting those over there who are getting arrested, and then the side getting arrested still want to kind of gin up the people here too. If you want to narrate on Oh, you got the zip ties? Okay, good. So right now there's no people.
Exciting it was.
Yeah, there's one person getting tied up.
I wish I had.
That's it. I'm assuming they're going to start bringing some more people. The right side of the sit-in is pretty much cleared out, so they're probably going to work their way to the left side. Again, I see a few people disabled in wheelchairs, seemingly ready to get arrested. Cenk is on the stairs with a lot of people around him. I see Code Pink over there, quite the liberal group. Yeah, so it's one by one they're coming out. And cops just took someone from the stairs. They're arresting that gentleman. And as he's getting arrested, I see someone clapping for him. So yeah, there's a lot of support.
Thank you.
They're cheering back here. Thank you to the people up there who are getting arrested. And they're cheering thank you. So know your welcomes today. All thank yous. Yeah, so more people. They're making another line of people getting arrested. It's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. Yeah, and on average, I mean, it seems like I guess the jail is not that far, but it seems like there's about 10, 15 minutes between times that the police wagons come back. Did you say that? Yeah. About 10, 15 minutes, they're riding up to the police station and then coming back for more people. Thank you.
I'm not kidding. I have so much respect for you, and I didn't even know you existed until my 31-year-old son told me that's where to go for the news.
Oh, yeah? Good.
And he has put his principles on the line.
Oh, is he over there?
Yes, he is.
Oh, great. Proud mother watching her son get arrested.
Not my son, your son.
Oh,
Your leader.
Oh, Cenk.
Cenk
Okay.
is right there.
Yeah. No, he's putting
My son is in Belgium.
Hey. Now,
But he'll get this one.
now your son informed you about the Young Turks. What do you like about it compared to what you see on CNN, on Fox, and all that?
Well, I had already known that CNN, Fox, and all that is propaganda. I stopped by the New York Times after Occupy, even during Occupy. NPR is also down the tubes as far as I'm concerned. It's so biased. All you have to do, if you really want to understand the bias, is think about this presidential campaign cycle. I spoke to people a few months into the season who didn't even know who Bernie Sanders was.
Right.
They didn't know who Bernie Sanders was. It's blackout.
And you see, you're on. And you see headlines after Bernie wins. Bernie Sanders won another state.
Really?
It means nothing.
It's a white state. It doesn't cut into the meat. They have been so transparent about their bias that I'm amazed that anyone despite education, actually from NPR, ABC, any mainstream.
Now let me ask you, since you're very, very attractive, slightly older than the young people here, what do you think? You know, you have these establishment politicians who say, "Oh, the young people out there, their rallies, they got great ideas, but they just don't understand how the world works. You know, they don't understand. You got to be practical. You got to, sometimes you got to take money." Do you think they're pretty much saying you should just settle for the way things are, the corruption?
Well, first of all, I think that the young people are just a heck of a lot smarter than their parents because they caught on much earlier than we did about how we're being fed propaganda, that we're not being fed. Plus, they are living the experience of high student debt, of no product. So they are actually, I would say, the millennials have totally suffered from the result of what has been the diminishment of economic equality, of one vote. Well, I don't think in my life ever had one vote, one person. That's our system is problematic. But the young people are smart. And I think that this is not a young people's movement only. Why am I personally involved? For a million reasons, but in a nutshell, I am the daughter of two immigrants. Neither one of them had a high school education. My father was a butcher. He worked. He put two kids through college. He owned a home. He sent us on vacation to summer camp. My mother never worked.
That's not the way it is now.
It's not only not the way it is now, that is like never lands. It's never lands again. And I think that's the America I grew up in. That was the 50s. And it might not have been the best of all possible.
Coincidentally, the 50s and the 60s were economically the best times in America. You had strong labor unions, wealthier people paid more in taxes, and there were middle-class jobs for just about anyone. Tax policy was not for the wealthy. You started seeing about 1980, things take a turn for the worse.
Yes, and it's interesting because one of the other things that really has concerned me is healthcare. Mm-hmm. I spoke to a young Bernie Sanders volunteer who actually has graduated from college and come here, and we asked him why he was doing this. Very quiet-spoken young man. And he said, well, first of all, he said, I'm strapped with $90,000 debt, and I can't get a decent paying job. Mm-hmm. And he said, and secondly, and this broke my heart, my father has stage 4 cancer, and the insurance company refuses to pay for any treatment. And I know that story because they refuse to pay because you're going to die anyway. I mean, the nerve of that. And I've seen actually from also being, having been married to a physician and friends of many physicians, what has happened on the healthcare side, which is pathetic. So there are so many reasons.
Thanks for talking to us. I appreciate it.
And thanks for doing what you're doing. I think it's so necessary.
Well, as long as we got people like you, we'll keep doing it.
You're going to get more and more people.
Good.
We're not going to just die.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, so,
no. Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, so we got, looks like a dozen or so, maybe a little more than that, over there on the left side of me here, on the right side of the Capitol. They're waiting for this might be the bus for them. United States Capitol Police. Yeah, definitely 2 or 3 dozen people, it looks like. They got the zip ties, and they're just waiting to go. Waiting to go to the jail. Over here, Cenk's still on the staircase. Looks like they're getting ready. A line over here in the middle to go that way. And I'd say it's still about half the size it was originally. Is that? Okay. And Ryan Clayton just arrived, the head of Wolfpack. He got some cheers. This bus is much bigger than the last one, so it seems like, this is a real bus. The other one was just like a shuttle, and they might be able to fit all the people over there getting arrested. And the rate they're going now, it's probably going to take Probably going to take an hour or two to arrest more people. But it seems like they're just ready to go. I see a lot of people on their phones probably tweeting out their experience, sharing it on social media. I still see Adam Green. He's the head of the Democratic Change campaign. People sitting, people standing, and still a lot of people over here too on the non-arrest side. I have not seen one congressman, senator come out, so that's telling. What's that? Yeah, so over there on that side, it's about half the size it was. You got people right in front of where they were sitting with zip ties around them. It's kind of the mock handcuffs, and you got a lot of people all the way to the left of the Capitol here, or the right of the Capitol, waiting to go on this United States Capitol Police bus. Pretty big bus, and I see probably 2 or 3 dozen people on the grass over there, waiting to go to prison or go to jail. So once they go up, there's a whole swell of people behind the grass who are arrested. They're going to move up towards the bus area, and it's kind of like an assembly line process. You sit, you get arrested here standing, then they take you to the back, right in front of the Capitol, and then they take you to the grass where you go in the bus. There's been 2 buses. One's a giant bus. One seems to be a shuttle. But it's a huge groundswell. Across the way is people getting arrested. Where I'm standing is people who march, who are protesting peacefully. They're not getting arrested. There's young people. There's older people. There's huge diversity. I've spoken with people who came to the country, when they were 12, 13, are just becoming more aware of the money in politics, politicians being bought off, and a lot of them have told me they feel kind of ostracized being immigrants. They also don't like the way certain politicians on the other side of the aisle, the Republicans, are talking these days. And a lot of people actually are talking about TYT. I've had a lot of people come up to me and thank me. I saw people thanking Cenk before, that we're actually focused on this, that we're not into the day-to-day soap opera between candidates and between, who's up, who's down. A lot of people actually weren't aware until recently, Occupy Wall Street, this election cycle, how a lot of these politicians are talking about the middle class in one breath, taking a whole lot of money in the other breath. So they are informed. You hear from establishment politicians that these people need to do more research. They need to learn how the world works. Most of them are informed. They're a lot more informed than some of the older people I've met at Donald Trump rallies. So it's good to see informed people. It's good to see motivated people. It's good to see a lot of people willing to go to jail for an ideal. And a lot of people I spoke to a lot of them are Bernie supporters, but they're not stopping after the election. They're going to march. They're going to lobby their elected officials where they live. A lot of them say they actually want to run. What's inspiring to me is several people are actually wanting to get into journalism. Some of them asked me if they should go to journalism school. I told them absolutely not. You'll get a lot of bad habits that way. Citizen journalism, I advise. The Young Turks, watch the Young Turks, get involved on YouTube, those kinds of things. And a lot of what you're seeing here is kind of a groundswell of a lot of years, A lot of people felt this way for a long time, but until Occupy Wall Street, until Bernie Sanders became more of a national figure, and basically hammering it home. A lot of people complain, including myself occasionally, Bernie keeps saying the same speech. He needs to change it up. But honestly, the speech is important because you don't really hear it from anyone else. You certainly don't hear it from the media about why it is that the money certain candidates are taking, the money the elected officials are taking on both sides is compromising them, is watering down legislation to basically be legislation for corporations, for banks, for special interests. And it's really not a coincidence when people are graduating college $100,000 in debt, $150,000 in debt. They're not contributing to the economy because they're paying most of their salary to student loans. So a lot of energy. The march from Union Station in D.C. to the Capitol was probably about 10 minutes, and there was a lot of energy, a lot of chanting. We got a lot of interviews there, and they're lining up They're lining up all the people, the latest batch to get arrested in zip ties, as the people who are still standing are waiting for their turn to get kind of rounded up. It's pretty peaceful. I haven't seen any violence or anything like that, so that's positive. And what's really nice is you're seeing handicapped people sitting in wheelchairs, ready to get arrested. So there's some hardcore people who believe in the ideal that this is the people's house and that we need to get the heavy money out of politics to actually start making legislation that helps real average people. I haven't seen any politicians walk out, so maybe they're waiting for all the rowdy people to leave. But I think what's positive about this, you probably won't see this on CNN that much or MS or whatever, but places like the Young Turks are going to have a lot of this. We saw other more independent media here. Social media, I've seen this, a lot of chatter about Democracy Spring, a lot of retweets, a lot of conversation, a lot of images. So the message is getting out, for sure. Okay. All right, let me get water. Hold on. Old folks in there.
Long lens on, so you have to stay far away from me.
The old folks. A lot of people.
Big fuzzy thing.
Does it sound better now? Does it sound better now? Does it sound better now? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how you start a war. Feedback, yeah. All right. You want police officers? Yeah, I'll let the police be. They're doing a good job.
On this side? Very, very little. Talk some more.
Stay here? We're trying to work out the audio here, so stay with us. Ask them how it sounds. How does it sound? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Sounds better. Sounds better. All right. Good. We're getting sounds better. Oh, all right. Nice little eruption over there. Looks like more people are starting to get arrested. So it seems like they're taking them one by one, and you started to hear a nice little chant in support of the individual getting arrested. I still see Cenk, I think, on the stairs. Let's see here. Yeah, there's more people being lined up now, left to right. Now, looks like about a dozen, maybe more, being lined up. Over here, they're putting people. On the. There's 2 buses here now. So you got one that's kind of like a shuttle, one that's an actual coach bus. United States Capitol Police. They're putting the latest batch of arrestees, moving them from the grass onto the bus. I got someone chanting here, money, corporations and not people. There's still a good amount of people here, too, kind of supporting those that are getting arrested. Some left, go back to their jobs, what have you. But nice little ground section here. You got Democracy Spring shirts. I've seen some really, really creative costumes. You had one guy who was literally dressed as a lobbyist. And I was talking to him, and he was telling me what he wants as a lobbyist. So kind of mocking the lobbyists and the big money in politics. So I don't think you can see it, but they're starting to put people in the bus there. And I'm trying to see where Cenk is. I think I see Cenk standing. Yes, Cenk is standing there. Somebody's taking his picture. He is not under arrest yet, but it looks like that moment is coming sooner than we know. We getting any comments?
Where is CNN? That's what people keep asking.
CNN. I do not see CNN. So CNN apparently didn't deem it important to be here. CNN's Washington bureau, I believe, is in DuPont Circle, which is or around there, near the White House. But CNN's not here. MSNBC, I don't see them. Fox News, no. Looks like the Young Turks is the main kid on the block here. I think that's very telling that you don't see the corporate media here. Partly because they're companies of the people. Companies are part of the problem that people are protesting here. Comcast owns NBC, MSNBC. Turner owns CNN. Very interesting that both of those companies has been donating to Hillary Clinton over the years, including this election cycle. But I've seen a lot of kind of citizen journalists here, a lot of smaller journalists, and the Young Turks, obviously. So the message is getting out. It's definitely getting out, and I think it's almost better because, corporate media, if they were here, we kind of know how it'll be covered. What are you pointing at? Yeah, I saw local media. I didn't see CNN or anybody from there. Did you? Yeah, I didn't see them. Yeah, there is press over there. I saw a lot of local press. Yeah, there was definitely a bigger presence of press over there. It's emptied out. They kind of got their big shots of mass sit-in and then left when it kind of emptied out. They wanted to be first press, yeah.
Some people are asking why people are being arrested.
Why people are being arrested? Certain areas of the Capitol, you can rally, you can protest, and it's legal. Certain areas, it's not. This area is not. So after a while, they take people out. Why certain areas aren't, I don't know. But this area, you can't be in for too long before. I couldn't even go up there because they wouldn't let me stand there without a Capitol Hill credential. So, but yeah, I think the general feel over there is they're tired of their politicians and their elected officials basically being bought off. They're tired of these politicians using the word middle class until they're dry in the face, while they take money from corporations, banks, lobbyists that aren't really that concerned about the middle class, whether it's on the presidential level, candidates, congressional, even local politicians. You look at the Democrats, the Republicans, it really doesn't matter. The legislation that's being passed is not helping average people. You have a student loan epidemic in this country. I meet young people, I even meet some older people who haven't paid off their student loans yet. There's nothing being done in Congress to really put a dent in the student loan problem, which a lot of economists say is the next bubble, if so to speak, like the housing bubble, the student loan bubble. Eventually people won't be able to pay that. And then what do you have? So they're basically saying enough is enough. I don't want to hear talk anymore about how we're for the middle class. You don't want to hear candidates who go into communities when they're trying to get elected, but then never go back. Basically, they want their politicians to represent them. Specifically, they want free and fair elections. They want campaign finance reform. They want Citizens United overturned. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to end the feed momentarily to start back over because you have to refresh it at certain points. So stay with us on the.
Were killed, were jailed, were beaten. But together they said that the day will come in America where we'll end bigotry and racism. People forget this. But 100 years ago, which is no time at all from an historical perspective, women in America did not have the right to vote, to get the education they want, or do the work they wanted to do 100 years ago. But women stood up, fought back, and said very clearly, women will not be second-class citizens in this country. If we were here in this arena 10 years ago and somebody jumped up and said, Bernie, I think that gay marriage will be legal in 50 states in this country, the person next to him would have said, you are nuts. What are you smoking? Ain't gonna happen. But it did happen. And it happened. And it didn't happen because a conservative Supreme Court thought it was the right thing to do. It happened because millions of people demanded that it happen. And right here in your state of New York, what you have shown is what can happen when people stand up and fight back. You told the governor, you told this governor that you were prepared to take on special interests and the fossil fuel industry. You did not want your water to be poisoned. And you told this governor that people can't make it on $8 or $10 an hour, raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Change comes about when millions of people look around them and they decide that the status quo is simply not acceptable. Whether it is worker exploitation, racism, sexism, homophobia, whatever it is, people say, sorry, we don't want it anymore. And I believe that we are at that moment in American history. We are at that moment when people are looking around them and they are saying, sorry, we should not have grotesque levels of income and wealth inequality. We should not be having the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth. We should not be seeing middle-class workers having to work 2 or 3 jobs. We should not be the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee paid family and medical leave or health care to all. We should not be a country in which millions of our people are paying off outrageous levels of student debt. We can do better than that, and that is what this campaign is about. It is a campaign that tells you very honestly what no other candidate for president will tell you, and that that no president, not Bernie Sanders or anyone else, can do it alone. We need a political movement. A week from tomorrow, on April 19th, there is going to be a very, very important Democratic primary. And what I have learned in this campaign so far is we win when the voter turnout is high, we lose when it is low. Let us next week have the highest voter turnout in the history of New York State. Thank you all very much.
Well, that's been a fun day. Man, we've been broadcasting for a while. We started, well, I don't even know when we started. Anyway, this has been historic. We had Democracy Spring. We followed them to the Capitol. We watched a lot of people get arrested. I just pushed a tweet through. If you look at it, it's got a screenshot of Cenk Uygur having a tweet in our lower third here as we watch Bernie Sanders say that police have said that the jails are full. Let me switch on the other audio here. I want to bring in Scott. Give me 1 second. I'm going to change things. Man, we had a fun time working on tech during the whole thing. Just fantastic. All right, where are you, Scott? What camera did I put you on today? Over here. At the end. There you go. All right. So, bring you in, and then I'll figure out how to get Eric in the mix as we got him hanging out, too. What'd you think of the whole Democracy Spring event? Just
very inspiring. There's definitely a huge crowd. I read somewhere at RT reported that Kai Newkirk said that it was the record for the most arrests at the Capitol. I'm not sure about that, but
right,
it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, Cenk Uygur posted that as a tweet as well. I actually still have it saved as a screenshot.
Do they have a number yet? I know it's over 100, but
I don't know. I'm not. They just said they're running out of space. Most ever arrested. I don't know. So I haven't heard a number. We'll look for more. Yeah, I'll just push that right there. We lost the feed, everybody, and I want to say a really, really big thanks to Mickey, San Miguel. We had a live view solo unit that was working flawlessly, and then we ran into some technical issues when we tried to reroute signal to accommodate syndication, and the team is working really hard. They figured out what the problem is. They're addressing it. They'll get it solved. In the meantime, we had Mickey, who was bringing us the same view, or he was just in the hangout with us. And in the old days, ETV, that's all we had.
Handing out
Google
crappy
Hangout. I didn't
mortgages
actually
and
expect
trying,
there to be enough
when one door is shut down, the banks
there
work
was.
around.
So Ricky carried the signal for us on his phone, and we got to watch
and,
that historic moment where the democracy spring
you just
people were
watched
there
The
and
Big
the
Short,
police were
very
pushed them back.
successful
You got to
movie,
witness that
all about what
firsthand.
happened in 08. Stuff like
And
that's happening still.
It was just
But you don't
amazing.
really hear about that much in the corporate media.
Politicians get good cell phones.
They're very focused on whatever the sensation
I
today is. Whatever
I'm actually surprised. I mean, here's my, I'm pretty big on the conspiracy theory things because
which is
most
why
of
a lot of
them,
people are
everybody
just
said that I
getting
was a
informed about
nutball
this
on
now,
years ago.
which is partly because of TYT,
true,
which is partly just about people taking it upon
would have
themselves
no doubt that politicians
which is a
would
nice
get
thing.
great bandwidth.
So,
They figure out some way of
it looks like
sequestering it
they
down on
cleared out
the people
the last
that we couldn't do shit.
batch of
That's
people
what I
who
was
were standing
expecting.
here for a while.
Like
kind of walking
Scott,
around.
There's no way they've got this locked down.
They were walking on
clear,
towards
beautiful,
the Capitol, but it looks now like there's nobody
TYT
back
had a
there,
feed
so maybe
going
they're up on the grass now.
Facebook, and we were borrowing
And,
that and looking at both things.
Cenk's day is coming soon.
What the
He's
truth is.
still
I
on
don't
the
know.
staircase there, but
We don't have all the
it looks
details
like
yet.
they're
We're still
getting
talking to everybody in
starting to
Slack,
arrest people standing
waiting for them to get
on the
back
Capitol,
to their
Capitol
stations. I mean,
steps.
what happens after this, Scott?
And again,
What
the
usually
reason they're
happens?
getting arrested, apparently, this part of Capitol Hill,
But then
after a while, you can't.
Oh, yeah.
There's a different theme each day.
Tell you to leave if you don't.
Okay.
You'll be put under arrest.
I know Saturdays
You see police officers standing on
things,
top.
but I think that's part of democracy
on top of the
uprising.
stairs, behind the
I'm not sure what the
fenced-in area there.
I don't
You see
know.
the scaffolding
I don't know.
on top
Eric,
of
you know
Capitol
anything
Hill?
about that? Let's bring you in
The
on
American
You stop bouncing around here because you can't.
flag waving.
That's all right.
I don't want to get too.
I
don't
just
want to
know
get
that
too corny, but it's a nice
7
little
straight days
symbolism
of
here. You
sit-ins.
got the
I
sun
didn't know that there was any
coming down on the
themes
American
to any
flag,
of the particular
democracy,
days.
Hot and fresh. It's a nice day. It's a nice day
I don't know.
if you care about what's going on.
Those guys,
And I think what's
there
cool,
was so much craziness going on.
I haven't been able to look down, but when I was
really
looking down,
involved in
social
Saturday.
media is really blowing up over this. A lot of
All right.
support for Cenk, a lot of support for the Young Turks, a lot of anger,
Damn.
healthy anger
So I
on
left
social
from Bernie
media.
Sanders. I just
It's not
wanted to
just
get up and
it's not
take
just
care
about
of
what's
things.
here.
Bernie started
It's about what's happening
down
all
a
around.
different road. He said
Social
some-
media,
some different things
candidates
this time,
running
didn't
on local level.
Yeah,
I
spiced it up
interviewed
a
a
little.
candidate running against
Very
maybe
from the
Wasserman
stuff.
Schultz. He's not taking any super PAC money. He's being funded very similar to Bernie
One
Sanders.
into fracking
So
a
you're
lot.
seeing movement and action. And these people who I met, they're not naive. They don't think just rallying one day is going to create
Timely for
change.
New York.
They're going to
Is
they're
it timely for New York
contacting
and
their
or
legislators
timely
on the
for
local
Pennsylvania?
level.
Does
Some of them
Pennsylvania both? Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, Eric, was it you?
We start
had some
seeing
breaking news or
people
something
chanting
came
over
through
there,
that was,
thank you.
Didn't we
People
didn't we
chanting over here,
verify it?
thank
It looked
you.
like there was a verification.
So again, there's energy
I'm
coming
still
from
trying
both
to look
sides
for a second
to kind of
article to
support
back
each
it up,
other.
but
Okay.
yeah. But we do have other news.
What's
Other
your name?
breaking news.
Brandon?
Awesome.
Brandon?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Why'd you
So,
come out there?
New York Attorney General has finally settled the ruling over Goldman Sachs in the financial crisis of 2008. Goldman Sachs has to pay $5 billion to settle the mortgages.
And you look at
$670
politicians,
million
they're progressive.
will go directly to the state to pay off
The problem is a lot of these things that are being
horrendous
done
loans.
are on
And they
paper,
haven't
look
exactly
like they're
detailed
changed,
out
but in
what
reality,
the other
they're kind of
$4.5
soft
billion
little
is going for.
compromises that don't really help the
But
masses.
they have
who are
finally
struggling.
reached a settlement in that case.
agree. So, fuck, I can't think of anything.
Well, the Communication Workers of America is announcing that Verizon workers
Bottom line,
from the Eastern Seaboard, from Massachusetts all the way down to Virginia,
talk about
will go on
this is the way
strike
things are.
on
You got to
April
put your
13th if
we're not
they do not
corrupted.
reach
There's no
a
evidence for
fair contract
Talk about a lot
negotiation
of
on wages.
incremental change, but
And
sometimes
that is going
incremental
to
change
involve
isn't always in the right
40,000
direction
Verizon
either.
workers.
Incremental
So if
change
they do
isn't
not
gonna
reach an
really
agreement
change
by
much.
6
You need a
a.m.
big change.
on
You need
Wednesday,
something
April
to really
13th,
change what's
those
going on in our
40,000 workers will go on
system, you know?
strike.
For you personally, how
It's a good thing we have three modes.
do you experience that? It's been hard to get a job.
I know.
It's been hard to kind of make more money. Talk about your experience.
I'm a minor, so I haven't had too many jobs, but
Oh, you look like 25 with that beard.
I was up there earlier. I got arrested.
We haven't used the T-Mobile one, but that will cover that area.
Very the lead.
Scott, when you get
So you
there.
got arrested, but
We
you're
got
already
to
out.
coordinate that, figure that all out.
I'm 17, and they
Which is a reason why we're going to take a break and come back with the
cut me and everything.
Where's
They said if you don't
Bernie
have photo
next?
ID, you're going to be spending the night in jail. And so I
That
came
was
out and I said, I don't have photo
That was
ID,
Albany.
and I'm a
I see
minor.
someone talking about Buffalo
Buffalo tonight.
So,
Nice part.
So they decided to cut my cuffs and just let me walk.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail your. You know what? I was looking at your video, Eric.
They just took your word for it.
Shaker.
Took my word for it.
While you were talking,
I mean, I am
really
17, of course, but
Now,
that's all right.
people being around there as you were up there. What's the mood up there?
Yeah, so there was actually another interesting piece.
something come
A
out of this.
Huffington Post reporter did a pretty amazing troll at a Hillary Clinton rally. So
everybody covers us.
Hillary Clinton held a rally
Twitter
in,
right now,
I believe it was New York City. In Hell's Kitchen, New York City. Which is a district
win or lose an election, do you
in like
think young
uptown
people will stay
Manhattan.
mobilized
But,
after the election? Because I think part of the problem is you always see
Lower
movements during
Manhattan,
an election year, but then if the candidate they want doesn't win or whatever,
So this
even if the
guy,
candidate
his name is Brian
sometimes young
Hanley.
people
He writes for Huffington
I feel
Post.
like the youth is
Went to that rally.
because this year is a different election
He went to that rally and he brought up a book with him.
Sanders and a
And
lot
the
of
book
other
was Bernie
politicians
Sanders,
coming up and
Outsider in the
telling
White
people
House.
what's wrong
Which,
in our government. And
I
how
don't
we
know
can
exactly
change
who
it.
the author
And I
is,
think
but
a lot
it
of
was
youth are
basically
getting
he brought up
motivated
Bernie
and actually
Sanders'
starting to care about what's
and
going on in our political process.
he got in front of the line and asked if Hillary Clinton would sign it. Obviously, she refused.
a young
And then later on, as the rally started going, he held the book up in front of the camera.
right.
Well, it didn't like completely block the camera, but someone spotted it
I don't
and
see
actually
anyone lined
took
up
a zoom
here.
in meme of it. It's kind of funny to watch.
It's mostly
I'll have to drop that link in
a police shuttle
in our
over
live
there.
production
People
chat.
still on the grass,
It was pretty funny.
waiting-
He was just there to troll Hillary.
waiting to go in the shuttle.
Wow. That's awesome.
Actual
That's
coach
awesome.
bus was taken.
If it's the Brian Hanley that I'm thinking of, he was a writer that I
I'll do it
connected with
on
a few
camera.
times.
An actual
Google
shuttle
Plus
was taken.
That's awesome. I think I know
A
this
coach
guy.
bus was taken a while ago with a whole
Good
lot
job,
of people.
Brian.
Apparently, I'm burning up like a.
I want to say
white
something really
Jew that
quick,
I am,
guys. Thank
so
you, Robin
I might
Morris.
put some suntan
I don't know
lotion
what
on.
you're doing, sneaking in here, dropping
bear
me
with
in nice, beautiful feeds directly to what's still going on at Democracy Spring.
It's kind of calm over there right now. Calm over here right now.
But we're going to get that dropped into the channel. I'm going to pull it up.
Nothing crazy going on yet.
It looks like there's people still there,
Which is good.
I honestly don't know what's
this
going
whole
on.
movement today hasn't been about
Hanging out on the
violence
stairs.
or,
Maybe we can get
anything.
Yeah, probably.
Anything.
Back to you.
Non-peaceful. It's all
So
been peaceful.
Donald Trump is in a raging fit right now because he was stripped of every single possible delegate in Colorado.
Cenk's still up there.
Here's what happened.
He's talking actually
There
to
was
someone
the
dressed
state
as
convention, which is where all the county delegates meet, so like the state conventions. And
so there's a Statue of
Ted
Liberty
Cruz won
female
all
over there
37.
talking to
Actually,
Cenk.
all 34.
You see the American flag
So Ted
waving.
Cruz won all of the delegates, and it got Trump in a raging fury, as you can imagine.
Near where the people are
in such
sitting.
a raging fury, he fired his entire staff from Colorado.
The idea of this, a sit-in.
I think he went on
in the
to do a
beginning,
press
sit-in.
conference. Yeah. The people of
sit-in
Colorado
went
had their
all the
vote
way up
taken away
towards where
from
the
them
police
by
are
the
standing
phony
now. So
politicians.
quite a lot of
Biggest
people
story
have
in
been
politics. This will not be allowed.
arrested and moved out.
How is it possible that the people of the great state of Colorado never got to vote in the Republican primary?
the grass over there,
unfair. And it's what
where
they're dubbing
about a
the
dozen or
voterless
so people
victory
are.
for Ted
Looks
Cruz.
mostly younger types.
So we got Ted taking votes away from Don. Ted's not really eligible for president. Don's not smart. What the hell are we going to do?
I gotta put some suntan lotion on because
there is no Colorado caucus or primary.
Yeah.
It was just the convention.
It was just delegates meeting together.
Oh, all right. So he's whining for nothing anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying it's.
somebody told me it was gonna be 40 degrees here
there and went and got the delegate.
rub me in.
Either Kasich or Trump went to Colorado.
So that's what the
You got to learn how to organize. That's what happened.
Pretty much.
Thank you.
My turn.
All right. So, yeah, these people on the grass have been waiting for a while to go in the shuttle. I do not think there's anybody in that shuttle right now. And the actual full-scale bus left like 10, 15 minutes ago. So, on this side where I am right now, people are chanting, corporations are not people. Famously, Mitt Romney brought that into the conversation, saying, corporations are people, a couple years ago. So they're chanting Democracy Spring. I believe that we can win. Yeah, on this side, there's still a good amount of people here. there's a circle over there of people holding a long, I have a parachute, it looks like. I don't know what it says, but they marched with it towards the Capitol, and they're waving it now.
I believe that we can win.
So, let's see here. You got yeah. Oh, look at that. So, there's a flag here.
I believe that we can win. I believe that we can win. I believe that we can win. I believe that we can win.
So, there's a flag here with every last corporation that's corrupting our country on it. You got ExxonMobil, Citibank, CBS, NBC.
You don't have enough room for all of them.
GM, all that. So, who made this?
I believe it's an Adbusters flag. It's beautiful. It's my best friend today.
Okay. And we spoke earlier, but all these corporations here, including the media on there, how do you think you put the pressure on them? Because it's going to take a whole lot of marches. It's going to take a whole lot of activity.
Show the whole area here. Yeah. It's going to take this entire area filled with people pissed off to make real change. We need to get Icelandic in here, and unless we do, nothing's happening, all right? Except more of our friends going to jail for something stupid like fighting for your rights.
And we got the money megaphone here, which I like. Now we were talking earlier. You're basically bringing this out to show what's draped all over this building.
Says it all right here. Money is speech. That's what they want us to believe. That's the practice. That's reality. And so this, is a symbol of that.
And in terms of the money, do you think they actively think that the money is corrupting them, or do you think they're kind of living in their little clouds, thinking, oh, this is just business as usual, but we can, we're making change. It's just, the young people need to be patient.
No, I think publicly they say that they don't feel corrupted and that it's
Sorry. The concern. You know the vote's gonna be down party lines, and that's why it feels like there's no progress. Results of this broken process in Congress, but that's what lawmaking is like today, and why some say the country's in disarray. So there's the explanation, and now you know why we can't alter the status quo. The status quo. The status quo. Yeah. People more politics. Democracy is free. Hallelujah, big brother. Yes. Hallelujah, big brother. Amen.
Hey, can we fill this place up for what? 24 hours, what do you think? Yeah! Look at this land, come on! Why don't you tell your friends to come? I tried. We're gonna be here all week. We're not going anywhere. I mean, I gotta go home Wednesday, but...
Yeah, I think I lost the sound.
I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, if you lost the way, you should have plugged it.
Raise your hand.
But he's that way if you want it. I mean, honestly, the people might enjoy this thing atmosphere.
Alright.
I gotta drop my job at school. I'm sorry, bro. So, I'll be online. You can tweet me in your phone.
Yes, yeah.
I might have one last one.
I'm sorry. Alright. This thing's a weapon. Look at it. This thing's a weapon. They're fucking serious. Look at it.
You still on?
Oh my god, I'm sorry, dude.
You got the big old Capitol bus here.
I think I work there.
Going to the left here.
Or at least got stopped, right? Come on. Don't lie. You got stopped.
I was gonna, wait on Okay, so reinforcements are here. They're taking the last batch on the grass over there into the small shuttle, and then they're probably going to take a lot more people into the big old coach bus. Cenk is still over there, rowdy as ever. He's standing, hasn't been arrested yet. Eric Byler, our fearless cameraman, is over there doing what he does best. He's covered a lot of marches, rallies, all that. I think what's great is it's been completely peaceful. There's been no real issue. It's exactly what Democracy Spring, Cenk, everybody said. They're here to send a message, not violent or anything like that. You got this fantastic. I don't know what symbols and eight say, but kind of a bang. That is not. It shows what. But it's loud and it's glorious. So, it's still a decent crowd over here on the non-arrest side. We got Citizens United sign. We demand free and fair elections sign. Somebody's singing America the
Through the night with the light from above.
Statue of Liberty right now. Yeah, Cenk's still talking to the Statue of Liberty. And I fantastic female wearing a full Statue of Liberty garb. I don't need to narrate this, you can listen.
Sweet home.
Hello, thank you for calling. This line is now RTS access. We have a new name, a new look, and a new phone system.
For your added security, the teleprompts will now require your date of birth to prevent unauthorized access to your account. Thank you.
To confirm or cancel a ride, press 1 now. To reach our ADA coordinator with application or eligibility questions, press 2 now. To schedule a ride with a service agent, press 3.
Please wait while your call is transferred. Please note, in order to serve you better, RTS access phones will be closed the first Wednesday of each month between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. for training and staff development. We do apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you for calling RTS Access. All of our representatives are assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line, and your call will be handled in the order it was received. Your caller number 13 in the queue. MyRTS.com. During the 20 minutes, bus operator will wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be
Wrong.
All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. Enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.15. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare, $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the same day they arrive. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with safe, comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. During your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive at any time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for cars at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including dogs and hearing care service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animals are kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and warranty is limited to what you can carry. Place on your line or freely stored on the floor and secure these packages must not lock access to the aisle. Please instruct the bus operator to do. Thank you and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
Hosting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 9 in the queue. Clearly highlights the benefits the service provides. Access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's all part of RCS's commitment to helping our ADA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
this.
representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive each time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only make the 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please stay on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Disabilities are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry based on your lap or safely stored on the floor next to your seat. Packages must not block access to the aisle seat or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. This evening, we will teach you to understand our connection with regional transit service. RTS, but more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's all part of RTS's commitment to helping our EDA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying safe? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying safe. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3-quarter month.
Assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 9 in the queue. Courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including gun and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry based on your lap or safely stored on the floor next to your seat. Packages must not block access to the aisle seat or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. This new name makes it easier to understand our connection with regional transit service. RTS, but more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. of RTS's commitment to helping our ADA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you've come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with clean, comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment. To learn more, visit myrts.com. When confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive any time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or safely stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisle, seats, or obstruct bus operators' view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. This new name makes it easier to understand our connection with regional transit service. RTS, but more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides. Access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities.
Listening other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received.
You are call number 6 in the queue. Phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4 mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with clean, comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. When confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive any time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or safely stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisle seat or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. This new name makes it easier to understand our connection with regional transit service, RTS. But more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's all part of RTS's commitment to helping our ADA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. Please hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
Assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 4 in the queue.
$1.50 for customers traveling up to 3 miles. The fare is $1.75. For customers who over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected twice.
Still calling.
RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4 mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange the transportation the day babies arrive. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. When confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive anytime during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or simply stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisles, seats, or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. This new name makes it easier to understand our connection with regional transit service, RTS. But more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's all part of RTS's commitment to helping our ADA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the
ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. Good afternoon. Thank you for calling RTS Access. My name is Stacy. How may I help you?
Hello, this is Jonathan Ayala. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. And Jonathan, I have you at number 289 Lyndhurst Street.
That is correct.
And is your phone number still 325-5072?
Yes.
Okay. And Jonathan, what day is this for?
This is for tomorrow morning.
Okay, Jonathan, you're calling in kind of late for these rides because tomorrow's very full.
Tomorrow's very full? Okay. Let's try 6 a.m.
Okay, where?
We're going to Belgrade's Regional Iceplex in Monroe Community College that is 2700 Brighton Henrietta Town Line Road. Sorry, that's a lot, but that's from the
Okay, and you said that's 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
Are you going to be traveling alone?
I'm going to be traveling alone.
Any mobility device to make the list?
No.
And what time do you want to leave home?
6 a.m.
And return?
9:40.
Any other rides, Jonathan?
No, thank you.
Okay, let me see if there is anything still available. One moment. It is now RTS Access. This new name makes it easier to understand our connection with regional transit. RTS, but more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits this service provides. Access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's all part of RTS's commitment to helping our ADA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services, Jonathan?
Yeah.
This is what's available for tomorrow. I have you leaving from 289 Lyndhurst Street, going to Belgrade's Ice Complex. Pickup time is going to be 6:15 to 6:35.
6:15 to 6:35.
Yep, and that's a $2 ride each way. The return ride is going to be 10 o'clock to 10:20.
10 to 10:20.
Yes.
Alright. Thank you.
Alright, so Jonathan, you're all set. You have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Alright, bye-bye.
Bye. What do you say? It says Monroe Community College Girls Praise Regional High School. Oh, here you go. Here she goes.
Open it up.
See, doors open at 7.
At 7 in the morning. At what time they coming to pick you up?
At 10 because they...
No, at what time they come and pick you up in the morning?
At 6 o'clock.
At 6 in the morning?
Yes.
That's too early. Nobody is gonna be there but you.
And?
The doors open at 7.
Yeah.
Okay, go down. You supposed pick up time 6:30. Okay, now, look at what time he's gonna speak out.
Each event detail.
You not wake up early in the morning anyway. You're gonna miss the bus.
Post early Sanders. Location. See?
Yeah, the door open at 7, but he's not be talking until 7. They say he's gonna start talking at 10. So, man. Go to see they say something in there. Yeah, the door open at 7. Okay, you would like to attend. Go to what time he is speaking. So he's not gonna be speaking at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're gonna miss the bus. There's no more information about it? Did you do a map quest to see where you're gonna be at?
Yes, I did. Go
Okay, never mind. But get out of there and go to the Bernie Sanders page or whatever. You are already there.
I'm already there.
Yeah, then. I don't know. Keep going. Down.
Okay, and then the events. Let's see.
I think 6 o'clock is too early, but anyway, whatever. You are the time. I don't know. If they're gonna pick you at 9, the door open at 7 in the morning, you can take one of the whatever. If you miss the bus, then you have to call me, and then I take some time off and go and pick you up. Okay, 6 o'clock for them to pick you up.
Yeah.
You have money?
Yes, I have money.
How much money you have?
Oh, God. Enough money.
No, I guarantee she was out.
I'll give you a guarantee. What's that here? They gave me a 2-year price.
Hello, thank you for calling. This line is now RTS Access. We have a new name, a new look, and a new phone system.
For your added security, the teleprompter will now require your date of birth to prevent unauthorized access to your account. Thank you.
To confirm or cancel a ride, press 1 now. To reach our ADA coordinator with application or eligibility questions, press 2 now. To schedule a ride with the service agent, press 3. To transfer to lost or found, press 4. To hear these options,
please wait while your call is transferred. Please note, in order to serve you better, RTS Access phones will be closed the first Wednesday of each month between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. for training and staff development. We do apologize for any inconvenience. Thank you for calling RTS Access. All of our representatives are assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line, and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 14 in the queue.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access phones is available to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. Concerning your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive anytime during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers,
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
including guide and steering gear services for disabilities are always available on RTS Access buses for the safety of other
Oh, Jesus Christ, what are you talking about now?
under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Each size and quantity is limited to what you can carry. Or safely stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not broadcast at the dial seat or shut the bus operator's view. Thank you and enjoy the ride.
Yes.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.15. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance tickets. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the same day they arrive. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with customer efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. Confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive anytime during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please stay on time.
Thanks for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 10 in the queue.
So, a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6.
That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. When confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive anytime during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customers may bring packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or simply stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisle, seats, or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. This new name makes it easier to understand our connection with regional transit service, RTS. But more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's all part of RTS's commitment to helping our ADA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit RTS.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you've come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling Virgin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure.
I've heard you for the first time, Ma.
RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for supplemental service is the distance range fare plus $6.
They're going to be there. 10 o'clock is the rally.
10 o'clock is the rally?
They just came in.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
Assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 6 in the queue. Purchase will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access, we're working to provide you with comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. Confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive each time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and as a service animal, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RTS Access customer favorites packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or simply stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisle, seat, or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
You can do more, Jonathan, just in case.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
This line is now RTS Access. This is tuning. To understand our connection with regional transit service, RTS, but more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, social activities. It's all part of RTS's commitment to helping our PTA customers enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is what to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. Yes, access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $2. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll be shortly.
RTS Access offers two-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6.
Thank you.
At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with comfortable, efficient service every day.
Assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and your call will be handled in the order it was received.
You are caller number 4 in the queue. Your ride may arrive any time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be
on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RCS access buses. For the safety of other customers and of the service animals, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. RCS access customers may bring packages aboard RCS access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or simply stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisle, seats, or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RCS access. This is Cindy. It is easier to understand our connection with regional transit service, RCS. But more importantly, we believe it clearly highlights the benefits the service provides: access to jobs, education, healthcare, shopping, and social activities. It's a part of RCS's commitment to helping our HTA customers enjoy the ride. What's new? Our name, logo, and a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrcs.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you've come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RCS access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RCS access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RCS access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4 mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RCS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RCS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RCS Access, we're working to provide you with comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrcs.com. When confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive any time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RCS Access buses. For the safety of other customers and as a service animal, it is very important that your animal be kept under control at all times. customers say great packages aboard RTS Access buses. Package size and quantity is limited to what you can carry, placed on your lap, or simply stored on the floor next to your feet. Packages must not block access to the aisles or obstruct the bus operator's view. Thank you, and enjoy the ride.
Thank you for calling. We'll be with you in a moment.
This line is now RTS Access. Use it. It's easier to understand our connection with regional transit.
Assisting other callers at this time. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line, and your call will be handled in the order it was received. You are caller number 3 in the queue.
ETA customers, enjoy the ride. So, what's new? Our name, logo, and a new phone system. Our new phone system will make scheduling, confirming, and canceling rides much easier. To learn more, visit myrts.com.
Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line.
What's staying the same? All of the services you come to know and depend on are staying the same. Our fares are too. We hope you enjoy the ride. Customers traveling 1 mile or less from origin will pay $1.50. For customers traveling up to 3 miles, the fare is $1.75. For customer trips over 3 miles and up to 20 miles, the fare is $2. Trips that are over 20 miles, the fare is $4. RTS Access customers must pay the bus operator the exact fare at the time of the ride. RTS Access bus operators do not provide change. Fares are collected prior to the vehicle's departure. RTS Access offers supplemental service beyond the 3/4-mile ADA mandated service area. Rides can be booked the day before and on the same day. The fare for the supplemental service is the distance-based fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space-available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis for those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance-based fare plus $6. At RTS Access, we're working to provide you with clean, comfortable, efficient service every day. That's our commitment to you. To learn more, visit myrts.com. When confirming your ride, the customer service representative will give you a 20-minute window. Your ride may arrive any time during the 20 minutes. The bus operator will only wait for 5 minutes at your pickup location before moving on to the next scheduled stop. As a courtesy to all our customers, please be on time.
Thank you for calling. Someone will be with you shortly.
Service animals, including guide and hearing ear service animals for people with disabilities, are always welcome on RTS Access buses.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling RTS Access. My name is Stacy. How may I help you?
Yes, this is Jonathan Ayala again. I would like to change the later time for the Bernie Sanders one, the one that says 10 a.m.
Okay, Jonathan, when I look for 9:45, I look between 8:45 and 10:45. So you have to look outside of that time frame because you just booked this ride.
Yeah. The pickup times is 6:15 to 6:35, right?
Yes.
I'd like that to be the same, but the other time, change it to like noon, please. No.
Alright, let me see what is still available. One moment.
Alright.
Space fare plus $6. Supplemental service is offered on a space available basis.
Thank you for holding. We'll take your call shortly.
RTS Access offers same-day service on a space-available basis to those persons who are unable to provide advance notice. RTS Access same-day service allows individuals to arrange for transportation the day they need a ride. The fare for same-day service is the distance. Jonathan?
Yep.
The new pickup time at Bill Gray's going back home to Lyndhurst is going to be 12:05 to 12:25.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Jonathan. Have a good night.
I'm so sorry. The 6:15 is the 6:15
Jonathan,
is
your phone is breaking up. I cannot understand you.
the 6:15 is still there.
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. So.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another week on the Church of Anna Kasparian, Ben Mankiewicz, and myself. We have a big day for you, not just the news that we normally have, but we also have some fairly breaking news, which we'll get to in just a second. Lots of good stuff in the first hour. What are you looking forward to in the second hour?
All of it.
All of it.
I read all the newspapers every morning. I wake up and I look at Russia from my backyard, and then I read the newspapers, and I come and I report on the Young Turks.
She's still here. Wow, pretty good. That was good. It's been a while since we had a banana pie hour.
It has been a while. Yeah.
You know what? I'm actually kind of in the mood to do like a town hall or a debate. We don't have one. Don't worry. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
Too bad.
If for us to do one or for us to cover one?
Both.
Yeah. Well, you guys are covering a debate on Thursday night.
Yes.
I will not be here. My mom's getting a kidney transplant, so I will be gone Thursday and Friday of this week. But
that's the oldest, famous excuse in the world. Right? I mean, if I see right through it, sure,
Yeah.
okay.
Pretty sure you've used that one before.
Totally. Yeah.
Also,
it's her second.
Yeah. But we'll have big political news for you. Obviously, the debate. I think it's a Democratic debate on Thursday, right? I believe it is. Extremely high stakes coming up. It's about 8 days away that we have the New York primary. Well over 200 delegates on the line there. The polling not looking amazing for Bernie, but there's still a bit of time to even it out a little bit, and he has outperformed the polling in a number of different cases. It is a close primary. It's a very close primary. You had to register your party affiliation in October 2008. It's ridiculous, yeah. There are a lot of eligible voters who have to move to a different state.
I mean, we're going to get into this in a moment, but I'm going to tell you that I don't think that's ridiculous. We could have open primaries, and that would be okay, but it would be a different system. So, and as we move forward, recognizing that maybe we ought to have a different system, that's fine. It's okay for me if Democratic primary is for Democrats.
Yeah, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that's
not Democrats that morning.
I know, but that morning is different than 6 months. That's a lot of time for
A
people.
week before, I would say no. You got to be in the party. 2 weeks. You got to be in the party.
Very exclusive.
Okay. What does it even mean to be in the party?
It means a lot. It means to be on the right side of every social justice issue ever. I know, but okay. Right, I know. That's I'm the wrong.
Universally across all candidates.
Pretty much true. That's right.
Yeah.
But I just again, Caroline, it's going to happen. The people I like on Twitter a lot. I won't say who it is because I do like this person, but like liberals again, ignoring the history about a person or ignoring everything about a person just because there's a D next to their name. In a sort of dismissive way, a point that I'm sure has been made on the show, and I would simply say, yeah, that's right. The D next to the name means something. It means a lot. And it continues to mean a lot. And it may get to the point where it doesn't mean anything. And I'm not even against that. But we got to think through what that process is going to be and how we're going to end up there. But yeah, it means something. It means being on the right side of every social justice issue that mattered in America since about 1950.
As a general rule, perhaps, and I think that I will give them something for having that D next to their name. But I don't think it washes away everything. I mean, we have primaries because there are multiple Ds, and we prefer one D over the other.
That's a different issue. As soon as you start talking about how you prefer one D over the other, great. That's
I like all these.
Right.
Keeping it real. Alright, can we get started?
D them if you have to.
We get started. We just did the best segment we're going to do.
Okay. No.
That's stamped.
We get to watch some arrest footage here. So why don't we jump into our relative breaking news? The Democracy Spring Action is going on as we're filming this in Washington, D.C., following a march of over 100 miles from the Liberty Bell to D.C. The occupation of the Capitol began today, and there was a couple of young Turks there, actually. Jordan Sheridan, our on the location reporter, and Cenk Uygur. And the action has led to quite a number of people being arrested, and as was his design, Cenk Uygur is amongst them. Before he went, he put out this statement: "I'm risking arrest today at our nation's capital because our representatives don't represent us anymore. We've asked them to take action countless times to get money out of politics. We want something very simple: restore free and fair elections. Because of their inaction, we take action today. It is obvious that Congress is awash in corruption. Today we begin civil disobedience against that corruption." And so many people going there to demonstrate on behalf of radically changing our system of campaign finance. And as we said, he went there to be arrested. He has been arrested, and you will see that in this video.
All right. Cenk is being moved to the line, and he's currently being put under arrest. He's getting the white zip around his back. Yeah, he's right now. He's kind of right near the reporters, and towards the end of the line of people getting arrested. There's about, yeah, you see his wrists being tied up there, and there's about, I'd say, a dozen people next to him being arrested. And yeah,
I just don't think I
sporting a blazer and a zip.
I have like 5 super close friends in the world. One of them, not the most compelling piece of video I've ever seen.
Well, Jake's not doing the video.
And
Jordan probably can't get any.
No, they can't. They're doing the best they can. I'm just and I would object if
You think Jake should be like headbutting or like breaking the ties or something?
I would tell him, and he would again, I think, appreciate me being honest. I would object to just the beginning of his statement where he said, read the first couple of words.
I'm risking arrest today.
Risking. There's not a great deal of risk going on here.
Okay. You never know.
It's the whole point.
But this is going to go on his permanent record.
It doesn't. They don't.
Yeah, I know.
They don't even do that.
I know. When we review his performance at the end of the year, it's going to stand out.
You were arrested.
Yeah. But
anyway, it's good. It's an important. Event is important.
Yeah, and we talk almost every day about this issue, and a lot of people feel very strongly about it. Some of them in part because of our reporting, but also because of a lot of other organizations and people who come to it quite naturally as the necessary solution to a lot of the problems we have in this country. And we talk about it, but at the end of the day, there needs to be action. This is the sort of protest that hopefully will get some coverage. We know CNN doesn't even cover protests on their front stoop anymore, let alone these, but perhaps they will. And it's important, I think, to the movement that the people who are sort of spurring them on and telling them that they need to do this are also willing to go out and do it.
Right.
Let's hear from this guy here.
Get everybody out here. And what are you going to do past this? Are you going to continue to mobilize, get your friends, get your family?
Friends all day. When they were sending out the number, text Democracy Spring, I sent it to everybody, even people that maybe wouldn't agree, and maybe we could change their minds. Thanks. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Was he? Is that guy wearing 2 shirts, or is that a TYT long sleeve T-shirt? If it's a TYT long sleeve T-shirt, I'm in favor of it.
Yeah.
I would like to have one.
It looks good. It might be available on our Shop TYT store, shoptyt.com.
Maybe.
Or you can
send us an email
and request it.
Yeah, okay. Right.
So this
just makes the protest seem less important than it is.
Well, he's about too much. Yeah.
So
it's civil disobedience, okay? They have to be civil about
exactly.
it.
It's supposed to be a peaceful protest.
Yes. If he starts body slamming cops, that would be a problem.
And I'm glad that he's doing this. And look, you know how devoted Cenk is to this issue, or how devoted TYT is to this issue. So I'm doing a TED Talk on April 22nd, and originally I wanted to talk about, political corruption and how it impacts our justice system. And of course, the way that you can make sure it doesn't get corrupted is get money out of politics. Make sure that private prisons don't have the ability to lobby for tough on crime legislation, stuff like that. I sent in my proposal, and they got back to me and said, we want you to focus a little more on this money out of politics thing, right? So I sat down with Cenk, and I always knew the general concept of Wolfpack. But when I sat down and I got all of these tiny little details about how incredibly difficult it is to get the states to agree to a constitutional convention, and then know that 38 of those states have to ratify the proposal within that convention. I mean, he has an uphill battle that he's dealing with right now, and he's not deterred by the challenges, and it's incredible. So
yeah, and it's taken, Wolfpack was created to do the actual work of making this happen, and chapters spring up all over the country, and even then it takes many people, many of them entering politics specifically for this issue, over the course of years to get to the point where we're at, where a number of states have signed on to it. But it's by design as difficult as anything politically to get done.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wolfpack was launched, I believe, in 2010. So far, 4 states have passed the resolution. So we only have 30 states to go, and then we can have a constitutional convention. No, and I'm not trying to be a downer. I think that it's possible.
That's my job lately.
It's very difficult, right? But I think it's possible, and just talking to him about the specifics of those challenges makes me realize just how invested he is in doing this.
Yeah, because it's not going to be 30 at the pace of these 4.
Right.
If it's going to happen, there's going to be a groundswell. And it'll go from 3 to 7, and then from 7 to 15, and then all of a sudden from 15 to 30.
Yeah.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
That's if it works.
And we're either hoping for that long drawn out process, or I think we're probably overthinking this because of Hillary Clinton as president. She said she's going to get rid of it.
She'll just do it. She'll just executive order. Be serious.
She'll put all of those people's money where her mouth will then be.
No, she'll real change.
It's going to come. It's going to come fast. I think that the thing that has kept her in this race against the popular support of Bernie Sanders, I think she will willingly toss that in the trash before a re-election battle. I think you can count on that. But anyway, it was good of Cenk to go out there to do this. Jordan as well. By the way, Jordan, go get arrested, buddy. What the hell?
By the way, Cenk said that...
why are you on the other side of the street?
The police said that this is the most people... Again, that's why the video didn't really show that, but the police said, and Cenk said in a tweet, that they've never arrested so many people before, so that's great. That's good. Yeah. And that it was incredibly civil, to Anna's point, and that many times, because as Cenk pointed out, the police are part of the 99%. There's been real definite issues, and they're obviously tied in many cases to a power structure, but these are, for the most part, blue-collar, working men and women, union men and women, and there were a lot of pro-police chants, and that the police were super involved in the process. And this was an example of it going well, and obviously in light of what's happened in this country that we've been able to see. It's been happening for over hundreds of years, but we've been able to see it explicitly in the last couple of years. That's nice to see.
Yeah, not a lot of millionaire cops, probably. Okay, let's move on to the big political news of the day. More and more people seem to be understanding that on both sides, Democratic and Republican, these primary contests that we've seen in various ways haven't necessarily been all that democratic. And it's become so obvious that even Morning Joe has started to discuss it. You can see that here.
Bernie Sanders' winning streak continued over the weekend with a victory in the Wyoming caucuses on Saturday. Sanders beat Hillary Clinton by 12 points, 56-44, notching his 8th win in the last nominating contest.
Okay, what do we do here?
I mean, it sounds like he's winning.
He's won 8 out of 9.
But
here, and look, he wins by 12 points. I tell you, I would not do well as a Democratic politician. He wins by 12 points. He may not even pick up a single delegate. It's 7-6 now, with a remaining delegate to be decided later. I'm sorry. That's a crushing victory.
I know. And listen, I think that with the super delegates that they have, I think she only has to win 30% of the, you know, have to get 30% of the vote in the remaining contest. I mean, talk about voters feeling like a system might be rigged. Why are you even voting?
If you're driving my car right now, we've been talking about rigged systems. We're putting up right now a graphic. Bernie Sanders wins 56-44% in Wyoming. The delegates rewarded. Hillary Clinton 11, Bernie Sanders 7. Why does the Democratic Party even have voting booths?
Now why?
This system is so rigged.
But we always talk about voter turnout and how important it is to do your duty as a citizen. There's absolutely no reason any of those people voted in any of those states, right?
What's the justification?
Please, someone tell me.
These are the rules.
No, that's not a good answer. Tell me why those people needed to go vote.
So you see there, I'm shocked that Mika and Joe have that opinion, although, especially for Joe, since he seems to be a Trump supporter, anything, I guess, theoretically that hurts Hillary Clinton, he's probably going to be in favor of. But while they go a little bit far in terms of saying there was no point in anybody going to vote, well, no, if nobody went to vote, then we'd have a bigger problem, I think. And I know that you don't necessarily agree with everything.
I don't necessarily agree because I'm 100% right. The fact that they don't back... Joe Scarborough is dishonest on a daily basis, and he was dishonest there. And for Joe Scarborough to talk about what's the point of Democrats voting when his party proudly tries to keep people from voting is freaking outrageous and incredibly disingenuous. He gets a 0. If Politico were going to fact check that, he'd get an F.
So, Ben, can you break it down for the audience? Because I want people to understand how the system works and why it is he can win by 12 points but still have the same amount of delegates.
Okay, fewer delegates. How
does this end up?
Because they included, without explaining they were including, they included 4 super delegates.
They talked about it there. They didn't.
Yeah, by the time the graphic came up, they didn't have it. No, that's not journalism. That's a failure. You don't put up that made it seem like she just flat out won 11 delegates to Bernie's 7.
Right. Well, look, I do think they could have been more explicit, but they were talking about superdelegates. If they never mentioned it, then it would have been...
It had no connection by the time the graphic came up. All you have to do is say including superdelegates. It's not like
that's true.
Not like somebody in a typewriter ran out of...
They should all show that. But I think, look, it's like there's a couple of different things we
Hold on,
discussed.
let me answer Anna's question just for a quick second. First of all, so the point is that the delegate total got broke down 7-7. 56 to 44 should be, if you were going to do it completely proportionally, it works out almost exactly. It should be 8-6. 8-6 is 57 to 43. So 56 to 44 should probably be 8-6. So Bernie's people would have a gripe that they lost 2 delegates.
Right.
And it went 8-6 instead of 7-7. However, Wyoming has intricate rules based on, I'm sure, I haven't read it all, based on congressional, I think Wyoming has 1 congressional delegation. It might have 2. But nonetheless, that's how they break it down. It's done in some, it's probably maybe by state, by their legislative delegation broken down for us. So whatever it was, it came out to 7-7. In Bernie's quest to cut into her delegate lead, now leaving out superdelegates, which I think is 219 if we pay attention to the New York Times, it's meaningless. So she went behind by 217 instead of 219. So it's essentially meaningless. So they go ahead and include the superdelegates. Superdelegates are there, designed by the party in 1980-84, by the way, just to prevent someone like Bernie Sanders from winning the nomination. That's why to bring it. To make it harder for a sort of outsider candidate to come in, a populist candidate to come in. At that time, that was a legitimate fear that would undermine the process, and then you get crushed by Republicans. It wasn't thought of in a sinister manner. However, given the fact that it seems irresponsible now. However, only 1 year of superdelegates mattered at all. Actually, no years of superdelegates mattered. It seemed like they might matter in 2008. And what happened? The superdelegates switched. I suspect, again, I hope again, that if Bernie Sanders overtakes her in a delegate lead, then for her to win by the superdelegates, then that becomes a significant point of contention, although, as you see, Bernie Sanders and his campaign are trying to flip superdelegates. Bernie Sanders entered this campaign knowing those rules. Those rules were clear. They've been there since 1984 in the Democratic Party. The Sanders people are trying to work those delegates. And if he takes the lead, they will continue, and they will have a very powerful case. But right now, to include Wyoming's 4 superdelegates as if those are awarded based on the state and the way the state voted, it seems completely irresponsible.
I think that 9 times out of 10, when they include those, it's to fool people into believing that she won bigger than she did, because they want people to stop thinking that it's a competitive primary. The reason I'm less concerned in this segment is because what they're talking about is how the system is rigged. If the superdelegates are a huge portion of how it's rigged, it seems like, yeah, you should include them, because that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree you shouldn't include the superdelegate, or you should include both, and you should make it clear. That's all you have to do, is make it clear. And most websites, that argument has carried the day. Most places now make that incredibly clear.
I still think generally they probably shouldn't include them at all, since they're not actually voted on.
Yeah. So I like that Ben brought up, the incremental difference here, right? So it's really between 2 delegates. And look, if I were running against Hillary, I would fight to make sure that it's completely fair. It shouldn't be even. He did win by 12 points. Even if it means that he gets 8 delegates and she gets 6, that's what's deserved, right? Now, what I care about more is the type of messaging this sends, right? Our elections are so incredibly complicated. I'm talking about general elections with primaries and everything. A lot of people don't understand how they work. A lot of people don't like the way they work. A lot of people feel like the system is rigged and their vote doesn't count. So you see these stories popping up in terms of the Democratic primaries constantly, and I'm worried about the type of message it sends to our voters, and whether or not it deters them or discourages them from taking part in our political process. Because right now, we already have a problem with political apathy in the country, right? And to see a candidate, whether it be Bernie or someone as horrendous as Donald Trump, to see people get fired up about politics again is great. And now we're kind of starting to see all of these issues within our system that, politicians voted on decades ago that work against so-called outsiders like Bernie. And it drives us crazy. So I understand the frustration and the anger behind
part of that frustration, it's a great point, Anna. It's the best point that will get made in this argument, I'm sure. But part of that frustration comes from the incompetent way that television reporters on a consistent daily basis cover politics, because they don't understand it. It's hard. So you have to dig in deep, and television doesn't care to devote the resources to that. John King was a reporter for AP. I suspect John King is one of them who doesn't. I don't believe, even though Joe Scarborough was an elected official, was an elected congressman from Florida, that he has particularly any idea. And I like Mika Brzezinski, but I don't think she knows either. I don't think anybody knows. But Mika Brzezinski said, your point there, that what was the point of these people, and that Bernie has won 7 in a row now, right? What is the point of these people voting? It did nothing. That's simply not true. She was ahead by exactly 300. She was ahead by 327 delegates, or 329 delegates for this winning streak in 7 states. Now she's ahead by 219. That's a 100 and he's 7 states he's won. He made up 110 delegates. He made up a third of what he needed to make up. That's big. They mostly were small states, not
in states that they continually say are so small that they don't matter. He was still in that.
Right. So right now they were small. It's not like people make that up. I mean, the fact is, you win Texas, you can almost make up that entire difference just by winning that one state. So she simply says, "Why did these people?" Well, they voted because they reduced the deficit. They kept the race still alive. It made 100.
Yeah, I think she's being hyperbolic there. I think.
Yeah, but you mislead people and you encourage the very apathy that Anna eloquently spoke about.
I don't want to turn this into me. I don't care about Mika or Joe. I care to the extent that they are talking about something we talk about. That in various ways, some sort of accidentally, the result of rules being created, some intentionally to corrupt the system. The system has been made purposefully difficult to understand. You rightly say that the superdelegates have never actually overthrown.
It's difficult to understand. I don't. I think it's complicated.
I think the caucuses are they're too complicated.
By the way,
I haven't gotten to a single point.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so yes, superdelegates have never yet overturned the system. They still need to be absolutely destroyed. There is no reason to keep around something that is explicitly created to allow you to overturn the will of the voters simply because it hasn't yet destroyed democracy.
I agree.
That should be gone. And unless we talk about this, first of all, if we talk about this nonstop, it's still probably not going to be destroyed. And Mark Halperin, if you continue watching that video, says, they say, are superdelegates going to be gone? I think Mika or Joe says it. And he says, well, if the person who wins wants to, but probably not, being totally true there. Because if Hillary Clinton gets in partially as a result of the superdelegates, either because they actually give her the delegates she needs, or because they've fooled enough people into believing that she has this gigantic lead, that she gets to pretend that she's beating him more than she is, she's not going to want to get rid of that. We need to talk about this. We need to talk about why she keeps going out there and saying, well, I've got millions more votes than him. Yeah, because you happen to win in primaries and he won a ton of caucuses where far fewer people go out. If they'd all been primaries, the lead in votes would have been much smaller. But she never says that.
Okay, then I'll say it. I'll say it, because I don't think it's that hard to explain. She's ahead by 2.4 million votes.
Yeah, but not really.
Yes, but not really. So if you counted it really, first of all, 2 things for that.
First of all, we don't even know how many votes, since a lot of the states never release the raw vote totals.
Most do, but some don't. But the fact is, she'd probably be ahead by about over 1 million votes, maybe as high as 1.5 million, and her delegate lead would be much bigger. And so Bernie people need to recognize, because you think in a primary he's going to win 75-25? Inconceivable. You're seeing it right now.
In certain states, I think that he might.
Washington? No, she wouldn't. He picked up 47 delegates in Washington because it was a caucus. Because that organization and that passion is conducive to him. I don't want caucuses either.
I'm not even making the case here that they should all be primaries. I'm saying you can't talk about the votes from both as if they have anything to do with each other. If you were going to talk
about a notion that Bernie is getting robbed, then the other person can point out that they're winning actual people.
This isn't about the result for any one candidate. This is her using false language to say that if you count up the votes from a primary and from a caucus, and if one is higher, then she has more support as a result of that. That's not true.
Well, unquestionably, even if they were all primaries, she'd be ahead. You can't come up with a math.
Yeah, she'd be ahead, and if you look at it nationally, she's up by a couple of points, or down by a couple of points, and he's won the last 8 out of 9.
I know, but
they can both point to a lot of things.
Keep it to the same thing. If you're talking about votes, if you want to talk about votes, under any way you want to talk about it, she'd be ahead, and unquestionably, she'd have a bigger delegate lead. So those are
I don't know about unquestionably.
Well, I'd love you to try and prove to me that in a primary where he's never gotten anything approaching those numbers, except in Vermont, that he'd win with the numbers that he's won with in a primary. He wouldn't. You just saw what happened in Wyoming. It was a primary, and it was 56-44 in a state. If that had been a caucus, Bernie would have won 78-22.
Theoretically, but again, he wouldn't have to win by such huge margins to significantly cut into a raw vote lead.
The flip side is, we just learned if he'd won Washington 55-45, apparently they would have split the delegates. So,
that's probably true too.
So she'd be ahead by more. Anyway, the caucuses suit him, and she is ahead. And of course it's worth it.
Yeah, and the early primary calendar was stacked, not necessarily in any way, but for states that support her.
That's right.
And I'm not saying that she had anything to do with that. It just happened to. And so again, the only thing that matters in terms of total raw votes is after June 7th. If we're going to go the whole way, there's no point in stopping at any arbitrary point along the way and then saying, well, I've had more support so far. Yeah, and you also lost 8 out of the last 9 states. We we're going the whole way. We're going all the way to California. So only then does it actually matter.
That's right. I just again, there is a degree of I don't find a lot of high road being taken by anybody making these arguments. But here's what's true. We all agree with. It is a foolish system to elect the person to lead all 50 states and do it so radically differently in each state.
Yes.
This is a federal span of time. It's a federal election, for crying out loud. You're electing the president of the United States. Yes. You can't just arbitrarily have your dumb caucus rule while some other state has a normal open. Yeah. Pick a system and have the same system apply. I agree.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. And also, the one thing I wanted to add was, during the primaries, not only do you have different systems in different states for Democrats, you have different systems for Democrats and Republicans in various states, right? And so for someone who's not sitting around researching our political system on a daily basis, you shouldn't have to, exactly. Yeah. It's a system that's set up.
I have to research it. I pay attention.
Exactly. Well, that's true. I mean, the system in Wyoming, I had no idea how it worked until this whole controversy started, right? So that doesn't speak highly of the way we do things, especially when it comes to picking who our next leader is going to be.
No, and thank you for bringing up the Republicans. I mean, our next story is going to be about that, but I'm a little bit frustrated because I think you assume that my beef is that the system is set up like that I care only that it doesn't seem to be benefiting Bernie, which is not at all my concern. It's not even just on the Democratic side that bothers me. The Republicans are having tons of problems where it doesn't seem like the will of the voters is actually translating into support for the candidates. My biggest problem with superdelegates, there is no argument to be made other than it's good for the party, from the party's point of view, to continue it. It needs to die. That's the thing that I care the most about. I don't care in particular about the way that it's affecting Hillary versus Bernie or Trump versus Cruz. It should be set up in a way that maximizes, I think, people's ability to go out there and actually have their vote count for something. In 10 different ways, it does not.
Well, as we've talked about it, we're going to reform this. The country is going to reform this in any meaningful way. I don't think part of a reformation process is going to include super delegates.
Probably not.
Doesn't seem like that's part of anybody's idea of.
Yeah. I mean, when even the Republicans don't have them. Something wrong. They have some. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, the totally unbound delegates. That's true. Okay, let's jump to related matters on the Republican side. Ted Cruz continues to give Donald Trump fits over the course of the weekend. He just swept all of Colorado's delegates into his column, and Trump is not liking it. Cruz took all 13 of the delegates up for grabs on Saturday to complete a clean sweep of the state. Delegates endorsed by his campaign swept all 7 congressional district conventions held over the last week as well, which added another 21 delegates. Another 3 slots are reserved for state party officials, which are basically their equivalent of the super delegates, which are a much smaller number. And so, look, the way that it went down in Colorado was even more arcane and weird than usual because near the end of last year, they decided to not have a real primary or a real caucus and instead have these individual county-level conferences or caucuses that went on, which allowed a candidate who had a very well-functioning, well-oiled campaign machine to go in and exert real control, ideological control, but also, from Donald Trump's point of view, to subvert the system with promises and gifts and things like that.
Ted Cruz.
So Donald Trump thinks that Ted Cruz did that. I mean, Ted Cruz likes that he can theoretically do that, but Donald Trump certainly thinks that he did that.
You don't even need, I don't even think he needed to be, didn't read to me like he needed to be particularly high functioning.
That's true. You needed to be not dysfunctional.
You needed to not be Trump's campaign. Right?
That's true. We have details.
A regular campaign. Would have been prepared for this.
So let me clarify something. The people of Colorado did not vote for Ted Cruz.
Very, very few.
Okay, that's
the county officials.
That is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that qualify as a democratic system? Because we vote for these representatives?
It's theoretically a republic, assuming that those people were at some point elected, which I'm not even sure that they were.
I mean...
but anyway, if you're frustrated about it, imagine how Donald Trump feels, because he desperately needs those delegates to avoid a contested convention. He said this in response to the results: "I've gotten millions of more votes than Senator Ted Cruz." Again, I don't think that really means anything. I mean something. It doesn't mean what he's saying it means.
It doesn't mean anything.
Yes, I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything, but again, there's caucuses, and I know, and then I immediately backtracked. I didn't wait until the next day like Donald Trump would. And I've gotten hundreds of delegates more. That, in this context, means absolutely nothing. Whether he's won previous contests has nothing to do with whether the results of this one are democratic or not. He's right in this case, but not for the reasons he's listing. And we keep fighting. Yes, primaries are they're inconvenient. And then you have a Colorado where they just get all those delegates, and it's not even a system. Well, it is a system. It's a corrupt system. There was no voting. I didn't go out there to make a speech or anything. There's no voting. And technically, he could have gone out there and made a speech if he wanted to. He chose, and probably wisely, to focus his attention on New York.
How bad is Anna that Donald Trump just literally said that?
She said there's not even a system. You either have a system or you don't have a system.
Look, I think it's disastrous for a state to choose a candidate based on what the delegates want. Is insane. Like, you should have a voting system where the people go out there, they cast their ballots, and they make it be known who they like. And understand, like, I despise Trump, right? So I'm not doing this because I'm standing up for Trump. I'm doing this because I believe in democracy, and I believe in people having some political power, and this system makes it seem as though people have no political power whatsoever.
You know, for all the political junkies like me, and for the have been really since I came of age, whatever that way, like, we bemoan the conventions, which are just 4-day, or last year, one of them was 3 days. They're infomercials. I mean, they are incredibly. They're repulsive. What they become. They're celebrating. I mean, if it's your candidate, I guess you like it. Like, I like the Obama one, but I get it.
And I liked Obama's speech at the previous one.
But it was an infomercial for Obama. It was an infomercial for John Kerry. It was an infomercial for George W. Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain. And we complained about that. But the reason why it was that way is because at least the process getting there, the guys who the infomercial were for, was the choice of the majority of that party. Like, I guess I'd rather have the infomercial than this. Even though the Republican convention promises to be a lot of fun.
It's an infomercial for Jerry Springer recently. Look, if the system getting there is democratic and legitimate, I'm fine with them celebrating. It's a party. You should party every once in a while.
But then the press needs to acknowledge
that that's what it is.
They don't need to cover it the same way. Because it's an infomercial and they can find it online or it'll be on C-SPAN or they can show it for an hour a night or something. But don't pretend like, oh no, we got to see that he's going to get nominated. He's going to get nominated!
Well, and again, I think it's better than if we just get to the convention and then they go in a smoke-filled room and then decide for us.
I don't know. My dad always liked what came out of the smoke-filled room, so I had my father. We're in a different era, but I mean, again, because sometimes the idea was that you got to be careful of giving the people what they want. People will do something hideous. Right? People are doing something hideous with Donald Trump. They're also doing something hideous with Ted Cruz. So, I mean, the people who need superdelegates right now, obviously, it's the wrong party has superdelegates.
Yeah, that's true. In this case, I bet they wish they had more of those.
There were 750 superdelegates.
The entire thing.
And those other guys, somebody wouldn't have dropped out. Also, somebody would be
getting the backing.
Rubio or Jeb Bush would still be in there, or Kasich would have a much growth. Kasich would then be an obvious choice for all those.
And would actually have a path. So I'm gonna jump ahead to graphic 4A next because look, it's easy for Donald Trump to say the system is rigged here, and I think that he's largely right, especially in this particular case. But that's not necessarily why he lost here. And first of all, Colorado, would it have gone overwhelmingly for Ted Cruz? I don't know. But would it have gone for Ted Cruz? I think it certainly could have gone for Ted Cruz. It seems like exactly the sort of state where his message and his ridiculous ideology would work. Colorado Springs would probably love Ted Cruz, I would imagine. And also, the rules are ridiculous here, but there were rules. And we're going to show you the ways that he failed to live up to the system that had been set up, which Ted Cruz figured it out. He doesn't seem like the smartest person in the room. It seems like they maybe could have done their homework. So basically what they need to do is they have their delegates that they support, which is different than in the normal system, and they have to get them elected, like candidates for the candidate. So Trump backers passed out flyers at the convention site with official campaign slate of 13 delegates and 13 alternates, accompanied by their 3-digit number position on the 600-plus person ballot. You can already tell this is not something most people want to be involved with. 7 of the names, however, directed people to the wrong number.
So more than half.
More than half. And one delegate's name was misspelled. Other candidates did not have errors on their slates. In one case, an erroneous number corresponded with a Cruz supporter. A second flyer handed out by the Trump campaign contained 4 mismatched names and numbers. On Thursday, a Trump slate of 3 names in the 7th Congressional District Convention contained 2 that weren't listed on the ballot. The campaign state director, Patrick Davis, said they failed to pay the necessary fees to qualify. On the other hand, Cruz's all-volunteer Colorado campaign distributed accurate slates not only on flyers, but also on bright orange t-shirts. As bright orange as his hair. Now, here's why this matters. This is stupid that they need to go through this, and I would be pissed if I was Donald Trump too, and I would end up in this position because I'm terrible with paperwork. That's why I ended up getting booted out of on-campus residency as an undergraduate. But he's the guy who keeps saying Obama and the government, they don't have leadership. They don't know how to run anything. They're incompetent. You can't get through a 26-person delegate selection process. You can't put a name next to a number in a very short list. I can have it in one of the note-taking things on my phone. But he couldn't manage that. And so as arcane and weird and perverse as the system is, you can take from this, maybe he's not as ready as he says he is to run the nation.
I mean, there were countless examples of why that's the case prior to this happening.
It's true. So, I like the arcane types, though.
No, it's a totally valid point. He's a fraud. It's like Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan. But Donald Trump is a fraud. Donald Trump is a marketer. Donald Trump knows how to market his name. He's been good at, for the most part. Not always, but pretty good at marketing his name. No longer. And running a campaign
would be misspelled.
Right. You need professionals to run your campaign. This is a difficult process. This is serious business. You know, Bernie Sanders figured it out. He'd never run a national campaign. He got it done. Right? Yeah. Ted Cruz figured it out. He got it done. These other guys get it done. He hires guys like Corey Lewandowski. Look at it.
Yeah.
Look at Corey Lewandowski. Again, I'm going to go back to the point. Corey Lewandowski has spent too much time at the gym. That's what's important to Corey Lewandowski. That's the kind of guy he is.
And he probably talked to you about it too.
Annoying conversation.
How much you bet? That's like what you're talking about with Corey Lewandowski. And that's the kind of people Donald Trump gets to work for.
Yeah.
Roger Stone. Roger Stone is I know people who like Roger Stone,
Gotta know you.
Right, who like him personally, but Roger Stone is terrible for America.
Yeah.
Right? So, that's
what he got for himself lately.
He's good at it. I mean, he's good at it. There's no question he's good at that job.
Yeah.
But that's who Donald Trump gets. That's the kind of people he's going to have. And so I'm going to object to one thing you said because I like to do that. But the reason I think I got mad in the first segment is because you said it again here. And we've all said it. But the system is rigged. The system is rigged sends a very particular message, and it's the same message that Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski sent, which is, it's rigged, it doesn't count. You're not. So the system isn't rigged. The system is flawed, and the system is complicated, but you just made the point that there were rules. Ted Cruz knew the rules. It's not rigged.
Well, Ben, I mean, in that segment, you said yourself that, in terms of Wyoming, they had decided in the 80s to switch the system up so it keeps the outsiders out. Outsiders like Bernie Sanders out. I mean, that sends the message that it's rigged against specific candidates.
That's different. That's a different point. You want to say that the superdelegates was an attempt to inoculate, to protect. Who cares what the attempt was?
Right.
The attempt was actually not sinister. They weren't looking at somebody specifically and thinking, oh no. I mean, it might have been Jesse Jackson that they were worried about. I don't know, in '84. But let's be careful that we don't elect an unelectable candidate who just a populist who catches on with people who then can't win in November. So that is now translated to 32 years later to where that has the potential to thwart Bernie Sanders' election. Then you could make an argument that it is rigged, but that system was rigged.
Right.
But so far, it's all irrelevant unless he takes the regular delegate lead.
Yeah.
It's only relevant.
I don't think it's. By the way, again going back to Wyoming, I don't think it's up to the establishment to decide who is and isn't electable in the general election. Like, even if they didn't do that for sinister reasons, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going against the will of the people in some instances, like this election, and going ahead and deciding who they're going to support, regardless of what people vote for. And that's a terrible, terrible system.
It is now that we have, yes, it has ended up, I am sympathetic to that desire to make sure, because again, the party knows well, when candidates run, knows well in some sense. But, and keep in mind, they provide candidates. They're not just, this isn't a party like a dinner party, obviously. These parties provide enormous structure, framework, infrastructure that the candidates who are running under that money that they all use. So they get some say in the process. It's not outrageous to say, hey, you want to be the Democratic nominee, here are some rules. I think in that desire to protect itself, the Republicans could use it now, and I don't know that we'd be saying how terrible it was, at least on our side. But I think in the end, it's too easy to subvert. It's too easy to use for nefarious purposes. It's too easy to thwart an actual, legitimate, well-meaning, well-intentioned candidate like Bernie Sanders, given the preponderance of the evidence, has to go.
Okay. Yes, rigged might not be the exact right word. I don't mean that it is 100% controlled. I mean, like at a carnival, they stack the milk bottles, and you try to throw a ball to knock it over. It's not impossible to knock it over. They just set it up so it's extremely difficult. So rigged might not be the right word. It's been heavily influenced in a negative way.
Yeah, I think that's
from my point of view. That's what I'll say for now.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use that analogy every time I explain this.
Why don't they fall over? Like, you hit it, it's hard at the base
They're
of the bottle.
weighted in a particular way. It's just, man, it's not fair.
It's not fair. Yeah. That shit is rigged.
It's true. Like those guns, man, they're not sighted like you think they are. And that's because of Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Okay, we're going to take our first break. Hopefully you've been tweeting us. We're going to crack open the old iPad, read some of those. Hashtag TYT Live. We'll be back in just a few.
He's so progressive, he recycles his thoughts. His car cleans the air. He prosecuted a bank executive and won. His idea of Social Security is old people being able to survive. When he builds a bridge, it bridges the income inequality gap. The only campaign contribution he'll accept is your vote. He's the most progressive man in the world.
Not all Democrats are created equal. Support bold progressives, my friends.
Welcome back to the first hour of the Young Turks, everybody. It's the Banana Pie Hour. And we have some tweets. I'm very happy that El Duende Chingong tweeted because I was just making a joke about that before the show. Okay. I wonder if Cenk could use his one phone call to Skype into the show. Yeah, I was saying if he should do, it would be it would be so unbearable. But he should do a live stream from a DC area jail to get some of that historical.
If people don't know, Cenk robbed 7-Eleven in DC today.
He really wanted that Snapple.
Yeah.
You know what just hit me? Imagine being married to Cenk, right? Like, this fucking clown. You know what like, what he did was great, right? But, I mean...
Did you see the video of him taping the thing? Did you see the American Airlines?
Of course I did. By the way, please watch the whole thing in context, because the clip that everyone's sharing, including TMZ, takes him out of context and makes him sound like he's fucking insane.
Oh, how TMZ is running it?
Yeah, TMZ is running it, and they just took one portion of his American Airlines meltdown, where he's like, "Where's the plane? Where's the plane? Where's the plane? Where's the plane?" Like 50,000 times. That was the first video I saw, and I was like, "Oh my God, Cenk lost his mind. I'm embarrassed right now." But then I watched the full thing in context, and I was like,
which most people did not.
I would have fucking.
But the one Cenk posted was the whole thing in context.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. His full live stream.
Not sure it helped that much.
I think it helped
a little bit.
I think it helped. He had a red-eye flight, and then American Airlines, which is, by the way, fucking terrible. I hate American Airlines. They just decided to cancel the flight after waiting for 3 hours. They had this 3-hour wait, and then
there was never a flight.
There was never a plane. Where's the plane? Where's the plane? There was never a plane. Where's the supervisor? Mrs. Supervisor, where's the plane?
No, but all I meant is I watched that, and I don't know. I get it. He's frustrated, and that other passenger arguing with him that he's being too angry, was amusing. I thought, but what I thought was, literally, I was like, oh, that's it.
Totally.
All I thought when I saw it.
Totally.
Just in case people are coming in and didn't see the beginning, he was not arrested robbing a 7-Eleven. He wanted to take a bus. It was 10 minutes late. He started freaking out.
So apparently he.
I'm kidding. It wasn't it either.
I guess he robbed a 7-Eleven and he wasn't caught. That's what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Julia Mahoney, who by the way sent in. She made a tiny little snow globe think tank with a brain floating in it. So thank you, Julia, for sending that in. We're going to add it to our set. She says, watching #Democracy Spring live earlier and seeing Cenk Uygur get arrested to represent the people makes me proud to support TYT. Yes, I'm glad that he did that for that reason. And I want to thank two of the members. Member number 1439, David DeMarco, and member number 1440, Michael Marino. Love using those names. Thank you for being members and supporting us and allowing us to make fun of Cenk live on
We're going to have an awesome post-game show today. Okay, do you want to do a little tease for the members?
Yes. So this is just going to be a portion of it, but we're going to talk about a significant source of stress and trying to figure out how. I don't want to be too
great. That was a great tease.
No,
really sexy.
I'm trying to figure out an important area of my life, and I desperately need their advice. And maybe you guys can provide advice as well.
Now we just lost a bunch of members.
God damn it.
Well, if you want to join and be a member, just go to TYTnetwork.com/join. I'm going to talk about the scandalous behavior I was involved in over the weekend.
That's not true.
But no, but it is true, because sometimes I do get involved in scandalous behavior, and there was scandalous behavior over the weekend. Boom.
Oh,
how about that?
Now I'm going to tune in.
Boom.
That was better.
Okay, I'll start being scandalous. God. Okay, let's get back into the news. Donald Trump loves to talk about how charitable he is. Unfortunately, it looks like his charitable giving is as exaggerated as most of the things he talks about. He says that he's given more than $102 million to charity in just the past 5 years, which would be amazing if it was true. It would actually be a small percentage of his supposed income, but that's what he says. To back up that claim, his campaign compiled a list of his contributions, almost 5,000 of them, filling 93 pages, which sounds great until you look at those and find out that many of the people receiving those contributions are not charities. They're business partners, individuals. Most of the things being given are not contributions in any way, and almost none of it involves his actual money, which is what I think of when I think about giving to charity. Now, if we can bring up this chart, you're going to see a breakdown of donations to the Donald J. Trump Foundation. So he uses this to then send out gifts to charity and all of that. You see, early on, he had put in a little bit of money, totaling about $2 million or so. But the vast majority of the money, especially in the past 5 years, which is the period he was talking about, he has not given any money to the foundation to then be given to charity. And it turns out, we're going to break this down in a couple of different ways, but this is the most important point. The largest items on the list were not cash gifts, but land conservation agreements to forgo development rights on property Trump owns. Trump's campaign also counted a parcel of land that he'd given to New York State, although that was in 2006, not within the past 5 years. They still threw it in the past 5 years.
So, hold on. So, his version of charity is, I've got this land to develop, and I'm going to keep it as what?
Just not developed. So theoretically, if maybe, like, I guess the people living in the area didn't want to develop, he doesn't develop it. And then he says, however much I could have made on that land, I didn't make, so that's a gift to charity.
That's insane. By the way,
he's a crazy person.
Is that something that he deducts in his taxes?
I don't know, because he doesn't reveal his taxes.
Okay, so his idea of charitable giving is hilarious. You know, all of my rich neighbors, they don't want this place to be overdeveloped, so I will buy the land and I won't develop on it.
Yeah.
Am I not merciful? Like, he's just so full of shit, and I know you're going to get to it in a second, but the part of this story that speaks volumes to me is the fact that he thinks it's charitable giving when he allows people to use his golf course for charitable events, right?
Yeah.
Some people might say, oh, well, you're allowing people to use your property, like, there's some value in that, right? But it's not the equivalent of giving people millions of dollars. He claimed he gave $100 million in charity over the last 5 years.
Yeah, so that's what, like if a real charity might have an auction, and one of the things is you get to play at Donald Trump's dumb golf course, right? And somebody bids $10,000, you have a foursome, and then that money goes to the charity. Donald Trump thinks he's given $10,000 to the
Yes, that could be some portion of it, but the vast majority of the cases in which he gave out these free golf course rounds were not even, your guys are being too charitable in this case, and I'll explain. So, first of all, many of the gifts on the list came from the charity that bears his name, the Donald J. Trump Foundation, which didn't receive, as we said, didn't receive a personal check from Trump from 2009 through 2014. Its work is largely funded by others, although Trump decides where the gifts go. Some beneficiaries on the list are not charities at all. They included clients, other businesses, and tennis superstar Serena Williams. So when he gives a free flight to Serena Williams, when he gives a free round of golf to Serena Williams, he counts that as a donation to charity. He wanted to hang out with Serena Williams, so he gives her stuff, and that's charity. It's amazing.
But like, is she on her way to host some charity event?
I've seen no evidence of that. Now, Trump claimed credit for...
I have tough time believing this can be as bad as we're making it seem.
Well, you can break down the list. You can look at all of these different donations. He claimed credit for at least 2,900 free rounds of golf, 175 free hotel stays, 165 free meals, and 11 gift certificates to spas. Most of this stuff, obviously, involving people then going to one of his places, where theoretically he would make money off of them in other ways. Which is an interesting tie to this campaign.
Like homeless kids who get to go to a Trump spa?
So far as I know, they're not. A lot of them are business clients or partners of his. He gives them the ability to go to his place and then calls it charity.
Hungry kids. They like esteem.
They like esteem. Yeah, it's a mud bath. Yeah. Also, this is a little side note, but people have been doing some digging into his campaign spending. His campaign for president spends tons of money at Trump businesses. They go through all of his different businesses, funneling millions of dollars into his businesses. This campaign might just be a business tactic of his, it turns out. But anyway, let's bring up this. You're going to see the estimates of the various different types of gifts. Those conservation easements are 64% of that $100 million he says he donated.
Conservation easements, that just, again, that doesn't mean he didn't like buy a piece of property and then turn it into a park.
Or like a place that seals made in. No, he just didn't develop those places. And they found out in some of the...
Interesting choice.
I know. I don't know what I'm talking about conservation. In some of the cases, by the way, he did go on to develop on those lands, but still included it there. If you could bring that back up. So that's 64% of all of his charity is just not developed. 64 million. Well, he said he gave 102. So close. The land donated to New York State, that's true. He did do that one. That's 26 million by his estimate. That was not within the past 5 years, by the way. That was back in 2006. The gifts from the Donald J. Trump Foundation, $7 million, of which about $2 million is his, and then gifts made by Trump's golf courses. Theoretically, some of those people might have gone to those anyway and spent money. In this case, they're not. So theoretically, he forewent getting some of that money. But in all, he gave about 2% of what he said he actually gave.
Look, this doesn't surprise me at all, especially when you consider, the animosity that Trump seems to have for poor people. And look, this story reminded me of a story that John and I did together months ago about how Trump very explicitly stated that he does not believe the game of golf is for, quote, poor people, right?
Not even the poor kids.
Right, so, I mean, the way that he speaks about the poor, and the part of it that frustrates me the most, is you look at his voter base, and you look at the number of middle-class and working-class Americans who have been fooled by his bullshit, and they're voting for a candidate who has been very, very open about how much he doesn't like them.
Yeah.
I mean...
It's amazing. Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, Trump supporters aren't going to care about this. They're going to say, oh, God, why are you hating him? You have such a grudge against him. Look, at the end of the day, he still gave millions to charity. That's good. You can point that out. Say that. Say, I gave $2 million to charity over the course of the past 10 years. That's way more than I ever gave. And honestly, if I had millions of dollars, it's more than I would give if I could afford to give it. But when you look at the real number, then a guy who says he's worth $8 billion, giving $2 million to charity doesn't exactly seem like the sort of Christian behavior that he lately has tried to say is his actual identity. It seems like, yeah, he gave a little bit to charity. And that would be honest. But with Donald Trump, you don't get honesty, especially not about his money. He has to make up everything, make it seem bigger. And as Anna alluded to, this might be one of the reasons he doesn't want to reveal his tax returns. If he's writing off all this stuff as charitable donations that are not, and he's actually making money not paying taxes on that, then that's actually fraud. That he could actually end up in legal trouble for. Hopefully the audit actually finds it. And also, by the way, we can't forget that, of course, he doesn't want to reveal it because it would show that he doesn't have anywhere near the money he says he does. We know from previous of his own estimates of his wealth, he values his brand at $2.2 billion. Unfortunately, you're not going to find that on his taxes because it's made up. It's inside of his own head. But anyway, like most people are unfortunately not going to care about that.
You don't ever brag that you've given away free golf courses and free visits. Like, you can do it, and it's admirable, and it might come up in a conversation. You could say in his law, I give away a lot of golf to charity, stuff like that. That's it. That's all you can do. You can't make a fuss over it. It's just, he's so out of touch, so clueless, and to Anna's point that he is this out of touch, this completely detached from how any real person lives, that he is still suckered all of these real people. And I keep reading the story. LA Times had a really good story on a Trump voter just outside of Vegas, where one county in Vegas, around Vegas, I think in the city, one precinct anyway, that Trump was winning 63% there. And it's mostly working class. And it starts with this guy walking through town, walking through the street, and he's like, oh, there's some Arabs who live there, and they make too much noise. No. And then he's like, and some blacks rented that house, and they ran it all down. Except it turns out the guy voted for Obama twice. He's Latin. When he says he has black and Arab friends, he wasn't kidding. They built it up that way. He was, he is the guy, at the end of it, you're like, oh, I think he isn't racist. He was actually just saying, that house got run down by some Arabs, some blacks there. Those are great people. They have, but it was, you're just, and you see a guy who voted for Obama twice, and you're like, how did this guy, Latino, get totally co-opted? He's retired, and he's struggling, he's working class, and he feels like, to our point, and what we were saying earlier, the system is totally rigged. This black woman comes over at the end of the peak, his neighbor, his friend, and they goof around a lot, they're both retired. She's voting for Sanders, and she was trying to convince him to come over to Sanders, and he was trying to convince her to come over. Not just a piece of it. But anyway, it just, they're not all, there are a lot of racists at Trump rallies, and he breeds it, and he instigates it, and I don't even know whether he knows, he may be close. But it's that we shouldn't pigeonhole Trump supporters all. No, I'm not. I know you weren't. You weren't.
I mean, a lot of them are idiots. I'm not gonna hide about the fact that I think that they are. And they're idiots because they see someone who speaks openly about his disdain for certain groups of people, and they feel empowered by that. Right? They like it. Oh, he tells it how it is. So you're just gonna vote for a moron because he tells it how it is, and he makes you feel good about your own weird, issues and prejudices.
People who tell it how it is never are people who claim to tell it how it is, because how it is complicated and long and frequently boring. Rush Limbaugh thinks he tells it like it is. Rush Limbaugh says that people want Donovan McNabb to win the Super Bowl because they want a black quarterback to win. It'll make them feel better. And you're like, what are you talking about? Right? And he goes, I made everyone mad because I just told it like it was.
Get the fuck out of here.
No, you make people mad because you said an idiotic thing.
By the way, he has a 3-hour-a-day show. He has the time to actually tell it like it is in all the detail it requires. He chooses not to. Okay, that unfortunately is all the time that we have for the first hour. Tomorrow we have a story that we were going to get to today about a lawsuit for the federal government having to do with their negligence in addressing climate change. I think it's incredibly interesting. We'll have that for you in tomorrow's first hour, which I believe is also Banana Pie Hour. We're going to take the second break, come back for the second hour, led by Anna Kasparian. Continue to tweet us at hashtag TYT Live. We'll read some when we come back from this.
I do a whole bunch of stuff on scene. My name is Dave. I'm going to tell you some amazing things. There was one woman in the elevator who was wide open, and here I am, now scrambling to repair and posting. Oh, got a great relationship with Joy.
It's gonna be a nice fucking little figure.
You especially are so troopy. More boring, less handsome version of
Only so many ways you can do this thing, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you want some bucket too.
Maybe I thought it was a little embarrassing, but if people like it, I'll do it. Who is hot? There aren't going to be rose petals on the side of the runner. Why am I there?
It was the best Valentine's Day I've ever had.
How could someone not be attracted?
I don't know how you say it.
Thanks for being members of the league case it would be against hosting show.
John and Hannah here.
And here's a brief look at what Think Tank's all about.
Woo, 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 woo. I'm smiling. Oh my god, I'm so glad.
Can robot dance like this?
Wow.
This is a joy. Look at this coming. Sorry guys, go ahead.
This is the last Think Tank video. I'm just gonna go now.
Yeah, no, I need help.
The one thing that really appeals to people in the online audience is authenticity and sincerity.
Okay, we agree to disagree.
So of course you get the negative feedback that isn't constructive at all, and I dislike those people.
Hannah looks inbred. That's really difficult for myself and Steve.
You need to lift weights. Fuck you.
Hey, let's keep real, am I wrong?
Once I was bit by a monkey. I can't say
No big fan.
well, them. Whoa!
I used to be very socially awkward, but look at me now. Well, girl. No, okay. That could look more like a vagina. Oh my god, my hand is my clearance. You want to stab?
I want to stab. So what really turns women on?
Anyone want to think of a weird way to fuck? This dress is blue and black.
Well, I disrespectfully.
She is one of the 100 finalists for the Mars One project. I don't know what that means.
Why do you cringe every time you look at a photo of yourself?
Because I'm often masturbating in photos of myself. 2 photos of myself.
Love.
This is up to how
Also, masturbation totally counts as sex for you, so do it. Why you make me this weird alien?
Whoever has haughty eyes and a proud heart, I will not tolerate.
You guys tell me, hottie or not?
Tune in tomorrow for all new videos with me and with Hannah and with Think Tank. Have a good night.
Borrowed money from the Chinese and they give it to us because they're nice people. We're a bunch of capitalists borrowing money from a bunch of communists so we can bring democracy to a bunch of Muslims who don't even fucking want it. I saw a comedian on the TV, he said, if you're 30, 35, 40 and you still work at a fast food restaurant, you're a loser. I was like, oh, thank God. Somebody finally stood up to the minimum wage worker and took them down a few pegs. That's the beauty of Facebook, right? You find out that you really don't like your friends. I think a lot of the gay guys themselves voted against gay marriage. I'm sorry, I can't wait. Let me go vote. No. And then afterwards, you get upset about it. Oh, I wanted to marry you, but they made it illegal.
was the greatest movie ever made in the history of cinema.
I love this movie.
That was great. Oh, damn.
I was just totally dazzled in every way.
What the hell was that? It was insane. Cut. Shut up, movie.
It failed on like every single level.
Michael Bay.
It is still rapid fire.
Terrifying. Carbon. Nuts. That was ridiculous. Was it written by ABBA? He's pulling strings like Yo-Yo Ma.
You'll pay for the whole scene,
but you'll only use the end.
We talk about TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're going to help us run the country.
Like this.
It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us. Whoa! Democracy! United! We are! Too strong!
Stop this. There's thousands of volunteers. You can be among them.
With Wolfpack, the mission is so clear.
Money is killing our democracy. 96% of Americans want it. When you get the power back, oh, that feels good. This is just the beginning. Let's go get them, man. Up and at them. Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com.
Patience. It's a virtue.
So I was just on Instagram during the break, and I was showing John and Ben a photo. Did you say it's somebody's daughter? Get out of here. So there's a swimsuit company that I follow on Instagram, and all they do is post pictures of women in thong bikinis. Like, there was one girl who was just facing a wall, and all you see is her from behind. She's not even posing. She's just like facing a wall, and you see her big ass. And the reason why I'm bringing this up,
Big, it's firm.
no, it was a beautiful butt. Okay, I'm not saying that in a disparaging way whatsoever. But the reason why I bring that up is because Instagram cannot pick winners and losers. Okay, they can't go ahead and say that a nipple cake or a cake that resembles a nipple is unacceptable, while simultaneously allowing women's asses to just be out in the open. By the way, I want all of it to be allowed, right? But again, they have like this weird double standard when it comes to nipples or anything that looks remotely close to.
So they won't allow a cake shaped like.
It
was some sort of like
automatic detection system thought it was a nipple.
And the cake wasn't meant to look like a nipple. It just happened to have like a design that could be mistaken for something that could maybe look like a nipple.
Right.
And they like this deactivated a page over it.
Yeah. We're really fast because I know this is a tangent. I think it'd be totally fine if they switched over to letting you show everything you want. But I do think that their concern very early on was justified in that if it was seen as a site where, it's just a shit ton of porn, it might not have ever gotten as big as it is.
Look, let's keep it real. What it's really about is
showing off
to appeal to advertisers, right? And advertisers are obviously very finicky. They get turned off by certain types of nudity, but advertisers that sell protein shakes, for instance, have no problem with women showing their TNA constantly in their pictures.
The protein shake companies should work with those bikini fitness models.
They do. Anyway, all right.
Just a coincidence that all of them happen to pose with their shakes.
All right, some TYT lives for you because I want to get to some of these awesome stories. One of which includes a Springsteen component. I know you're excited about that. All right, Tin says, got off work just in time for TYT Live. You guys make my day better knowing I get to hear real news. Thank you. Roar says, Trump gives homeless kids free rounds of golf, but he still makes them pay for club rental.
When they don't tip the cat, he locks them up.
Steven says both our leading presidential candidates, Trump and Hillary, could end up into legal trouble, which is interesting. Like, you know, Trump with the tax situation, if he did deduct those charitable, whatever, and Hillary with what, the emails?
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm thinking at this point that's a fairly low possibility.
Yeah, I agree. And then finally, Bert says, "Thank God Trump helps the poor by offering them a place to play golf."
Yeah. I know a lot of women at battered women's shelters. They just want to be able to play a quick 9 holes.
Yeah, totally.
That's right. Just sort of
Nice
makes their problems just go away.
Yeah,
right?
stress reliever.
You know, I was worried that my husband might kill me, but then I two-putted it, and I felt better.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some stories. Bruce Springsteen canceled his concert tour in North Carolina because of its anti-LGBT law and the fact that the law specifically discriminates against transgender individuals who want to use the bathroom that identifies with their gender. Now, Representative Mark Walker, who is a new representative in the state, is not too happy about this. In fact, he released a few statements about it and applauded other artists for not canceling their tour dates in North Carolina. He said, "It's disappointing he's not following through on his commitments. We've got other artists coming soon, Def Leppard and Justin Bieber." I don't know what Def Leppard is. Is that bad?
It's the 80s band. My mom used to listen to a lot of Def Leppard.
Very popular. Big hit.
Pour Some Sugar on Me.
And
Oh, I know that song. Okay, see, I know those songs.
they have hair.
They have hair.
They have hair.
Yes.
They
Okay.
rock.
I'm surprised you knew.
Only because of my mom.
So funny. Okay, I've never been a Bieber fan, but I might have to go. Maybe artists who weren't born to run deserve a little bit more support.
Oh, really clever, Mark.
Yeah.
Well done.
Finally, he says Bruce is known to be on the radical left, and he's got every right to be so. But I consider this a bully tactic. It's like when a kid gets upset and says he's not going to take his ball and go home.
The radical left?
That he's going to take his ball and go home.
What is he? Is he like driving metal things into like lumber they're about to harvest? What is the radical left supposed to be?
The radical left apparently doesn't agree with discriminating against members of the LGBT community, and if that makes you radical left, I'm proud to be part of the radical left.
That's sad. Bruce is pretty left.
It's an active. I know he's not a radical.
No, none of us are radical left.
Blow up a nuclear power plant.
But Mark Walker would call the show radical left. You know, Mark Walker would call everybody who isn't. Yeah, I'm sure Mark Walker refers to Hillary Clinton as radical.
Yeah.
Just, preposterous on his face. These guys are super clever with that little Born to Run turn. I listened to Louis C.K. was on Howard Stern today. I think it was new today. So good. I mean, it was really, I couldn't, everything that came out of his mouth in that conversation was gripping and interesting. He has tour dates coming up in North Carolina, and he was super respectful about Bruce, as you might imagine. He was like, no, I get that totally. He goes, I'm thinking I'll go down there and I want to do leaning toward doing my shows, and then I'd give the money to Beach.
Oh, that's a good
idea. Which is it is a good idea, and it's a great idea. And he goes, I think that's better. He wasn't criticizing Bruce.
Yeah.
But he was like, it's tough. He has a problem. Like, every club I go to, am I supposed to check, that Seinfeld episode, do I have to check whether the manager has done, it's like it's this liberal. So,
where do you stand on the abortion issue?
That's right. But in that answer, it struck me as how much Bruce probably made the right decision. Because you need, at some point, a big act. And going and doing the show and saying something, as Mark Thompson suggested on the show on Friday, saying something about it, which Bruce probably would have done. And then giving money to an LB. That's good. And if Louis C.K. does that, more power to him. God bless. You don't have to do anything. But the act of not going, as it turned out, was huge.
Yeah.
It made a big difference. And it embarrassed the people who passed this.
Yeah, that's true. It's too bad that, like, I agree that you need someone to make that gesture and you want it to be somebody big. It's just too bad that it's canceled out by a bigger act, Def Leppard, going.
Yeah.
Trying to needle him about that. Look, I think that the North Carolina congressman, like, I love the idea that he's going to go to a Justin Bieber concert, an artist he does not like, simply because Justin Bieber theoretically isn't as supportive of the transgender movement, and he's only getting that from the fact that he's still performing as of right now. It would be hilarious if Justin Bieber canceled as concert because of this. But this does remind me, and this has come up a lot because of Ted Cruz, is that I have very little sympathy for conservative politicians who do bad things, but you do have to recognize that being a conservative, and an outspoken conservative, very often, whatever it is that you like, they don't like you. They're not on your side. Like Ted Cruz, he comes out, everything he says he likes, from Oreos to Snoopy to the Princess Bride, the creators then give him a middle finger on social media.
Yeah, it's a regular occurrence during the general election where these candidates will play music during their campaigning, and then the artist behind the music will come forward and say, please don't do that.
It just happened to Trump, actually. But is it really any wonder? Because they always will say, the arts programs and all that. What a big waste of money. Why would you waste your time in that? But then they listen to music, they watch movies and TV shows. Who the hell do you think is making that stuff? It's not Wall Street tycoons.
Yeah, all these crazy people on the radical left.
Yeah, exactly. Right? It's people who, to me, are weird lefties even a lot of the time.
But a lot of the conservatives will watch the movies, right? And they'll love the movies, and then they'll come out and talk about, liberal Hollywood.
Yeah.
Or left-wing Hollywood.
Yeah. And thank God that they've got movies like God is Not Dead 2 now.
There are a lot of really clever, smart, thoughtful writers who are Republicans.
Are there?
Yeah.
There are some. I mean, I can think of some actors, some singers who are on the right, but it's a small fraction.
Yeah, like that John Boyd guy. Clever.
There you go.
He's a genius.
He is kind of a genius. He's a great actor.
Or Victoria Jackson.
He might be a good actor, but he's not like
Victoria Jackson, hilarious female comedian.
Yeah, oh my God, Victoria Jackson is so funny. God, cracks me up every time.
All right, let's move on to some serious stuff.
You know who's funny? Dennis Miller. Suppressing. Dennis Miller's funny.
I don't love him. I got him or Dennis there. Not a huge fan. I can appreciate a little bit of it. Sorry.
That's one. Sorry. We came up with one.
All right, okay, making progress.
Greg Gutfeld, obviously.
Greg Gutfeld.
Clearly.
Oh, God. All right, let's move on. Another male YouTuber has been accused of sexual misconduct. This time, it is a gaming YouTuber by the name of Toby Turner. He has 6.8 million subscribers on his YouTube page, so he is a pretty big, YouTube celebrity, as some would call it. The allegations of sexual misconduct are coming from a woman who says she dated him for several years, April Fletcher, who's also known as April F online. So she's also a gamer. There she is. And she released a very long Tumblr post detailing the allegations against him. And I highly recommend that everybody read that Tumblr post yourself and make, your own decision as to whether or not you believe her. We can't read you every part of it, but I did take out the most important parts to kind of give you a sense of what the allegations are. And she also provided some evidence to her claim, so we'll get to that as well. Now, her Tumblr post says the following. He has been accused, let's go to graphic number 9, guys. She mentions an instance in which Turner allegedly slipped drugs into her drink, as well as another incident where she alleges that he continued to have sex with her after she told him to stop. Now, these are the parts of her Tumblr post that I was talking about. Throughout the 5 years of knowing him, I have been mentally and physically abused by Toby Turner. When he started dating Olga, that's Olga K, who's another big YouTuber, we were still dating. He told me that they weren't real and it was just a show for subscribers and views. At the beginning, I actually believed that. Then my gut feeling was going off like crazy and I realized I was just being weak. I stopped seeing him and started seeing someone else. He thought it was a game to keep going when I would say no. She's referring to one time when they had sex. He would grab me and try to tear my pants off, and I would say no and pull them back up. So forcefully that I would tear. They would tear. Sorry about that. They would tear. I would have my pants folded in the drawer. Sorry.
I still have.
Oh, I still have. Sorry, guys. There's just a lot of graphics here. Okay. I still have my pants folded in the drawer that have been ripped. That have ripped belt loops and holes in the crotch from him trying to tear his way in. I even headbutted him once because I was starting to see another guy and did not want to be physical with him. So, through the years of them seeing each other, apparently it was a very tumultuous relationship. They kept going back and forth. She addresses why she would go back to him, and it was because she says she was so in love with him and she had been conditioned to go back to him. This is her wording. He said some girl was aborting his baby. I said years ago I had a miscarriage, but would have had it. This caused him to get angry, and that I would have kept the kid. He called me stupid, a faggot, among other things. All right, now let's get to the alleged drugging, okay? So she says that she went to go visit him one day. She had obligations right after, and she was trying to leave, but he said, hey, before you leave, take a shot with me, take a shot. And so she finally agreed to take the shot, but she noticed after taking the shot of vodka, it tasted very strange. And so she confronted him about it, and he allegedly confessed to putting drugs in it. Now, she says that it was MDMA or Molly, okay? I was fucked up on this drug for 3 days. I regret never going to the hospital. I regret never going to the cops for what he did. I honestly thought about his career ruined, and I didn't want to hurt him because I loved him. How messed up is that? He had tried to kill me. I knew I was too weak to go to the hospital, but I made sure to text him what he did so I would have evidence. And then she provided the evidence, and it's the screenshot of a text conversation she had with him. He started it off with, "'Twas fun," and she says, "I'm still fucked up from the stuff you slipped in my drink. Really fucked up that I can't function and don't know how I made it home." He says, "Good way to start the day. Sorry," with a sad face. And then later he says, "I just want you to love me." She says, "I need to sleep this thing off. I don't know what's happening." And then he says, "I want to make you feel secure. I want to make you feel secure." Okay, so again, I think everyone should read this, and the more you read into it, the more you realize that there was a back and forth, and it was a tumultuous relationship, and it's hard to decipher what is reality and what isn't reality, but the only thing that we have at this point in terms of evidence is that screenshot, and if she has any more, she absolutely should provide it. More women came forward after she came public with these allegations. I'll get to that in a second, but I want you guys to chime in. She never went to the authorities, by the way. Yeah. This is all on social media.
Yes, I read the entire post, and she details his own personal issues with drug addiction and things of that sort. He says that he's a sex addict and a drug addict and all that. And she talks about how it got worse as he became more popular. And so he posted a video this morning, and I watched a portion of that. I eventually stopped because it was just irritating me too much. He looks devastated, which would be true whether he had done it or not, obviously. I looked, and the comments of it were just infuriating. They're exactly what you would expect. And, of course, those people who believe him, regardless of what the evidence is or who comes forward, have begun, as you would expect, to attack all of the women who have accused him of things and who have just spoken up in support of those women. And then when you start to see how many of his exes have come forward, now, Olga K. put out a statement saying that she had never been raped or abused, but some of his other exes, and there are several, he apparently has dated a significant portion of all the women on YouTube, it seems like, have said various forms of he was abusive and all that. And then other YouTubers who know people he's dated have said that they have heard stories over the years as well. So none of that means that any one particular thing that he's accused of doing is necessarily true. But when this many people comes forward, it's like a YouTube version of the Bill Cosby thing. It's difficult to imagine some conspiracy wherein a number of these different women independently have come up with these stories of these things that he's done.
Yeah.
Did he, was part of her allegation in the one that he was drugged, that they had sex, that he drugged her and then had sex with her?
Yes, so that's why she's alleged.
So that's right.
Yeah. So, look, again, when these stories come out, it's really hard to cover it because anything you say is going to be controversial, right? But I can't emphasize enough how incredibly important it is for women to go forward to the authorities immediately so they can gather any and all evidence, okay? That evidence is so incredibly important in prosecuting these people and going after them. You're going after someone who's a public figure. So some people might argue, we had this discussion in the production meeting, that you can go to the authorities and oftentimes they'll do a rape kit and then they don't end up testing the rape kit for years and there's no justice. But you're dealing with a public figure and you are someone who has a platform to speak on, right? So you should go to the authorities and at the same time hold the authorities accountable to make sure a proper investigation takes place. That's the way I would handle it. I'm not blaming her for the way she handled it. I'm not saying that, she's a bad person. When you're, a victim of any type of trauma, people react in different ways. I just want justice and I want to make sure that if he did any of this stuff, there are real consequences for it. Now, real quick, I want to name the other women that have come forward. So Claire Lourdes said something very similar. She says, "I have made my peace with my time with Toby and don't wish to discuss it in detail as is my choice. However, I can say that my time with him has given me the experience and perspective to believe their accounts are absolutely true. Another person who came forward was Amelia Talon, and she says that she had similar experiences with him as well.
I didn't see either of those. I saw his most recent girlfriend, and I believe Jacqueline Glenn has also said a couple of things. I mean, the difficulty is, and obviously, the more hard evidence you can get, the easier it is to do something about it. I mean, I don't even know necessarily that she wants something legal to be done. I think mainly she wanted to air it, and so she feels it. You know, it brings a certain, I guess, closure to the experience. But the difficulty in these sorts of things, let's say that hypothetically after a couple of those incidents she had gone. Now maybe with the drugs in her system, maybe that's evidence of something. It's not necessarily evidence that he drugged her, unfortunately. That's the difficulty. If he's having sex with her and she tells him to stop and he doesn't stop, well, if she goes and gets a rape kit, what's it going to show? It's going to show that they had sex. And that's difficult too. It's so difficult because all these things happen in privacy.
Yeah.
That's what makes it so complicated, and that's why a lot of the women never say anything in the first place.
I absolutely understand that. And the challenge is that any type of rape victim, whether it be man or woman, have to go through is depressing because I think it discourages and deters victims from coming forward and addressing the situation with authorities. But at the same time, if there's ever going to be any justice in terms of prosecution, that's the only way that it could happen, right? Yeah. And so collecting as much evidence from the beginning and building a case against him is way more effective than posting something on social media.
Yeah. Well, it also provides the opportunity because his defenders and the defenders who always pop up for the guys regardless of the evidence are going to say, well, if you just publish this thing, then everybody's going to assume that he did it, although not everybody assumes that he did it. Having the actual court case theoretically allows him to actually have some sort of defense.
Yeah.
So if you're on the opposite side of this, then you too should probably want there to be something official rather than simply having people trading back things over social media.
I feel like I want to be super careful because I don't really know. I'm a guy. But it's my initial instinct was publishing it on Tumblr is the wrong way to go. But I don't even know that that's true. I don't know what you're supposed to do because there's a whole host of reasons why you wouldn't, as you know, Anna, why you wouldn't go immediately. It might take you 48 hours to figure out what the hell happened.
Right.
She said she was drugged up for days.
It's important to tell people to get a contemporaneous storyline going. If you tell people at the time, that goes a long way toward convincing people. But it might take some time to recognize what happened, you know, and I know you acknowledge that. And so I don't know. And then so I initially think, well, God, you know, but look, as liberals are concerned about the rights of the defendant, it always is always a problem in sexual assault cases.
Yes.
Because that seems to be the only place where the right also wants to protect the defendant. But that doesn't go away. I don't immediately give that up in these situations. So I think, you could think, not in this case, you could think, boy, you just go on social media and everybody will just believe it. The flip side is, what are you supposed to do if you're a victim? What are you supposed to do? And this may help her. And the flip side is, if victims started going on social media and naming their accusers, I bet it would work.
Yeah.
You know, I bet it would.
It would work, but there's a huge potential downside to that, where we're worried about. Look, there's the court of public opinion, and then there's the court of law, right? And so you put stuff like this out on social media, and I'm not saying that there's a huge prevalence of fake accounts of rape on social media, but someone should be innocent until proven guilty, right? Which is why I want her to build a case against her.
You're definitely right. You're definitely right. And of course, just real quick, John, because on social media, it's the reason why it's nonsense that women are always filing fake rape claims is because literally, when the number is like from anywhere from 2 to 7%, and I'm going to guess it's way closer to 2. Who puts themselves through that?
It's hell.
Right, it's hell. You put yourself through. You got to talk to the cops. You have to explain in detail what happened. Everybody questions you. It's miserable. Whereas, if all you got to do is make a Tumblr post, you don't have to put yourself quite through that same thing. So
yeah, I mean, not quite
still
through the same thing.
Destroys her career.
And not only that, I mean, the internet is vicious. So
Lord, no. Well, what she's hearing about today must be hideous.
Oh yeah, it's hard. Sorry. Yeah, I agree. I honestly, I don't know what the right way to go is, and I'm not assuming that I know exactly what happened in any case. But I do generally think that, considering how difficult it is, the huge barriers to actually saying something, making it public, that we know exists, I'm more inclined to be accepting enough that you listen to the person, you try to find out what else is going on. And in terms of whether you go to public opinion or you go to the legal authorities, obviously what she's talking about is a couple of years old. And at a certain point, it becomes theoretically impossible to prove yourself exactly what happened. But we've had other cases recently where simply speaking out allows other people experiencing it. So we had James Dean, the porn star. So one porn star talks, and then a whole bunch of others start talking about the experience they had with him forcing himself on them. There were people who were abused by Bill Cosby who there's no evidence to be had because it's decades ago. But then you find out, oh, that inspires dozens of other people to come out, some of whom are much more recent and might have evidence. And so in some cases, when you're talking about somebody who's a serial abuser, that theoretically could be a solution.
No matter what happened here, I don't play games. And everybody, if you watch the show, I think they're stupid. But I'm wrong about that. Like, I got it.
Agreed.
I'm not wrong, but I'm a different world. So God bless you. That's your thing. I love baseball. Nobody loves baseball. Right? So,
I think baseball's okay.
Thank you. But if baseball players routinely, it's not all they do, but if baseball players routinely diminish and harass women, I would say, baseball's great, but you've got to stop talking like this. You've got to stop thinking like this. So for all those guys out there who play games who it wouldn't occur to them to treat a woman in a way like this, forget sexually assault, even sexually harass, be loud about sort of eliminating the type of behavior which is going to lead to the comments that, what's her name? Miss F? April F. That April F is going to get today. Like, take a stand, be loud, be proud. Nobody's saying gamers all hate women.
Yeah. And there are a lot who are speaking out in support of
good. Yeah, so that's good. But those guys need to win the day, and they need to not be dissuaded by those on the other side.
Last point. There are obviously a lot of internet gamers who are misogynists. I believe that has more to do with the internet than with the gaming. The internet has a lot of misogynists, regardless of what the community is.
Culture, so
I'm sure that online ornithology boards have quite a bit of misogyny.
That's okay.
The internet,
you're probably right. You're probably right.
The world in general has a lot of misogyny.
And every form of bias and stereotyping and hatred.
Exactly.
Unfortunately.
Which is why Donald Trump is leading the primary.
But it's mostly, but we're all agreed that it's mostly gamers. Next story.
All right.
I have nothing to add.
Mackenzie Phillips recently had an interview with Oprah Winfrey on the OWN network, and she was talking about how back in 2009 she came forward and talked about her drug abuse issues and the fact that she had a 10-year sexual relationship with her own father. Now, at the time when she came out with her book addressing these issues, she said that the sex was consensual, and that led to a lot of controversy because obviously there is an uneven power dynamic when your father is trying to have sex with you. Well, she now addresses those issues in the interview with Oprah, and we have a little snippet for you. Take a look.
I hadn't done my due diligence, and when I wrote the book, I just thought, I'm not going to Google this, I'm not going to Google that, I'm just going to tell my story as it happened to me.
Right.
But then in retrospect, I realized there was some due diligence that I missed. Like, preparing myself for losing my family. And I guess I was a little naive. I felt like they would love me no matter what.
Just telling the truth would do it. I tend
to be a little bit altruistic, generally idealistic, and so I don't believe that. I believe that would happen.
That your family would end.
I did not. It didn't enter my consciousness.
I know. People just tell there's something. People are like, "Why are you airing our dirty laundry?"
Yeah. And that has been something that, I had to come to terms with. And
so did you lose all the family members?
Yeah, my mother is very supportive in my life, and my son, of course, and my beautiful ex-husband, my son's father. But
I think that it's incredibly brave to come forward to talk about what you went through, and for the people who got her when she she said it was consensual. Like, I get that there's a need to kind of educate people about what consent means, because if there's an uneven power dynamic there, then consent is kind of thrown out the window. But, go ahead.
I think that we can acknowledge the power dynamic, and I don't understand exactly what sort of emotional influence you have. I haven't experienced that in my own life. I haven't even had a version of that would allow me to maybe extrapolate and say that this is how you could get into a situation like that. And so I'm not discounting that there can be manipulation and that sort of thing. But I think, and I realize this is a minority position because nobody ever agrees with me when I say this, and there have been other sorts of issues like this, I think that we're too quick to say that the consent means nothing then. Maybe it means something different. Maybe it means something lesser. But I don't think it means anything. And the reason I say that, why I think we should be
You don't think it means nothing?
I don't think it means nothing. I think that we have to be careful to not, what many people would say that what we're doing there is sort of taking away all of her agency by saying that she doesn't have any capacity to understand or control what she's doing. She may have an impaired or lesser ability to understand it, but she still has some. And the reason I say that is I don't think we ever do that to guys in these situations. I think that we only do it to women.
We do. We absolutely do it with guys. We do it with guys if they're underage. We do it with guys if there is an uneven power dynamic.
Maybe you do, but I think that most people assume that if the guy is younger, if he's with his teacher, he secretly wants it.
Yeah.
We fully expect, oh no, he knows what he wants and he's going to get it, even if he's super young. She is 40 or something when this is happening, but we still assume that she doesn't have any ability to say what she actually wants, even if it's something that I myself can't imagine how you could want it. Somebody theoretically could. It's not, I don't understand it, and I'm just saying I think that we should be careful. That's all I'm saying.
I think there's a reason why she had a severe drug addiction, and I get what you're saying. If she's an adult and
she has severe drug addiction, in part because the father she slept with gave her drugs prior to sleeping with her. I mean, they just gave their kids drugs.
That'll help.
That's a separate problem than the other. Sorry.
Yeah. Look, and stories like this are amazing to me because it's just so hard to believe that any parent can prey on their own kids like that. But that's what happened here. And sharing her story is important because I know she's not the only victim of this. I know that this is something that happens in this country. It's something that happens throughout the world. And people are so overwhelmed by the shame associated with it that they don't feel comfortable coming forward. She was a public figure. She is a public figure.
Yeah.
And to share a story like this is incredibly courageous.
Well, and it's amazing that when you think about coming forward and talking about it, what she's talking about is how, in a certain way, we can disagree about exactly how much, that a portion of her family sort of betrayed her, and betrayed the role that it's supposed to have. Then she reveals it, and much of her family then says, no, we're not talking anymore. So it's like, in trying to get some closure in a horrific experience, you then lose most of the rest of your support structure, which is insult to injury.
Yeah, we don't know what's happening inside that family, and obviously
that's true.
Many people in that family, I don't know, they may have hung with her through a lot, and then thought, oh, this is the final straw. And if if you don't believe her, well, then she's committed an unpardonable sin, right?
Yeah.
Why she'd make this up? But again, I'm more forgiving to them because they're father too, or it might be, if it's a sibling. But I don't totally disagree with John. I think it's a fair point that there's a degree of, the culture of victimhood, which is a real thing. It's a question of whether we think it's a big real thing or a little real thing. I think it's a fairly little real thing because most victims need support, need to know that there are other people with them. And when they learn the terminology and the community of that, it helps them. That said, when we say, no, you can only be a victim this way, and you used a word that we don't approve of, and being the kind of victim that you were, and if she wanted to take some control over that at the time, meaning consent, because I think if I remember correctly, it went into adulthood, but it didn't start in adulthood. So
yeah, that's important.
But that said, because it didn't start in adulthood, that frames how you're going to behave as an adult. I mean, we all acknowledge the behavior from the parent is despicable. Mostly mostly what I am is just I was on her side, and I'm compassionate to her then and now.
Yeah.
If she wants to change it now, and she's looked back, and one of the things she says right to Oprah is that she does regret the consent talk, right? Or regret might be the wrong word, but so okay, great, good. I was forgiving of her then for using it.
Yeah, look.
That's what worked for her then. That's really all I'm saying is that whatever agency she wanted to take then that's what she was prepared to take then, and I think it's okay to support her. And those people who think no, there can't be consent in this situation because of the power dynamic, well, they're not wrong either. They're also correct, but I think you just gotta make it as comfortable as possible for the person telling the story.
All right, I apologize for how depressing this hour has become. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, fun stories, including rage yoga. What is it? Do you want to do it?
Nice.
Strip away the gold, the ornaments, knock down the statues and the pillars, and this is what remains.
If Melisandre brings him back to life, and he owes her one, they should have sex immediately.
I wish you good fortune in the wars to come.
So he turns out he'll learn that he's Rhaegar and Lyanna's kid, and that he is the just heir to the Seven Kingdoms. And they'll be like, I took her vow.
Yeah.
Who were those boys? They were black and ritual. They were rough. This is like what, the candle maker's daughter or something?
The kennel master.
Oh, the kennel master. I thought they were
The
saying
kennel
kennel master.
I love Varys. If they kill Varys, I'm going to lose my mind. Is that Valerian that he there too? He would, I believe, be the old Githari or possibly the Arnis. They could be the old Githari. Right.
You're not leaving. You're beyond Greyjoy and the sunrise. She's trying to build him up.
Hey guys, welcome back to TYT. What?
He was dancing.
Oh, was he? Sorry, I was reading your TYT live. Nick Karnick says, wow, Anna Kasparian made me feel old by not knowing who Def Leppard is. I know the music. Like, okay, so I'm notoriously bad when it comes to loving specific songs or specific music and just not knowing the people behind it, right? It's especially...
That's like my cutoff point for knowing who the artist is, like that era. Before that, I might know the song, but I don't know who sang it.
Now that I know the songs that they sing, no, I'm not a big Def Leppard fan. But I do like a lot of classic rock, and I didn't realize I was a classic rock lover until it was made clear that that was the genre that I was listening to.
They're not really classic rock, they're more hard rock. But
yeah, I don't like hard rock.
What year were you born?
86.
1986?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would. When were you born? Yeah, they formed in 77.
Yeah, I mean,
you would have been young to go to their concert, but you could have done it.
I've been listening to the Allman Brothers a lot. What?
Oh, yeah.
I like that. Why'd you shake your head at me?
Because you always music shame me for the old songs I listen to.
But I like modern music too. Like, one time I asked John, what's your favorite song? And he's like, I don't know. I like, It's Not Unusual.
Who the fuck does that? For like that day. And right now I like Calendar Girl, also old. It's not my favorite song in my life.
I don't even know what to say.
Do you like, Not Unusual to Be Loved by You? Tom Jones?
It's a good song.
It's a good song, but like, it's not what you expect someone to say when you ask them.
Okay, I don't buy albums and everything. I'll have a song or two that I'll listen to 30 times, and then I'll move on to something else. That happens to be the song that I was listening to right then. Many, many times.
modern music is, for the most part, soulless. So, okay. Right, not all.
What kind of music is soulless?
Much of modern music is
It's poppy
soulless. And some of old music is too, but I mean...
But you associated with that time in your life, so you didn't know that it was soulless at the time.
There was a great era, you know, there were 25 years from the Beatles and Elvis in the early 60s, really until the early 80s, mid-80s, where, whatever, rock and roll changed the world. And so, yeah, it's better. It's the best kind of music. And if you like country music, you're a fool.
That's hilarious.
I'd say unless you like old school country music, in which case, oddly enough, you're actually cool. Like Merle Haggard just died. If you like Merle Haggard, that's all right. That's okay. Merle Haggard was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Willie Nelson, Merle Haggard, you know. Taylor Swift, right. You know who we're talking about, Alabama.
I just like the subtlety of sexual elements in classic rock, right? Like Led Zeppelin, for instance, right? He just says he wants to be her backdoor man, but he's like, you know what he's talking about.
What is he talking? What?
I don't know. What is he talking about?
And by the way, I know Led Zeppelin isn't one person. I'm talking about the main singer who's singing the song. A lot of people think Led
Zeppelin is not one person.
I used to think that.
Oh man, I thought Jethro Tull was a guy for most of my life.
They sound like names of people.
Jethro.
That was actually a question on trivia. Jethro Tull, where the name came from. Oh, sorry. I got it wrong at the time.
All right, we got to do some more stories. So let's talk about Raid. By the way, Creedence Clearwater Revival, worst name of a band, but great music, right?
They're the best. As you've experienced the solo career of John Fogerty, also.
Probably, but I don't know that I have. Like, it's one of those things where I probably heard the music, but
great baseball song.
How does it go?
Called Center Field. No, Christian knows.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
I'm sure he does. All right, let's talk about rage yoga.
It's secretly about anal sex. They all are in the end.
Some people don't like how zen yoga practices are. In fact, sometimes you'll go to a yoga practice and all of a sudden they'll tell you to do lion's breath and you have your tongue sticking out and you're like, you know, some people aren't into that. Some people are into rage yoga, which is a new type of yoga out of Canada that could quickly spread here to the United States. What is rage yoga? Well, it's supposed to be the type of yoga that allows you to swear, drink, and just be as foul as you want to be. Let me give you more details. Created in Canada by resident Lindsay Marie Istais after the really painful breakup of a long-term relationship, rage yoga is meant for those who are hoping to improve their posture and flexibility but have never felt at ease in a modern yoga studio. She says, want to better your strength, flexibility, and become zen as fuck? Enjoy the occasional F-bomb or innuendo? You've come to the right place. Now we have a quick Instagram post kind of demonstrating what rage yoga is like. Take a look.
Overall, rage yoga just involves a lot of drinking, swearing, and being zen as What a good way to work on my physical and mental health all in one go. That is zen right there.
So I think it's an interesting concept. I know I have my rage days where I feel like doing like a run, like an aggressive run, or maybe kickboxing or something like that. But yoga is about meditating and about calming yourself down. Sometimes you need that too. I mean, it all depends on what you prefer when it comes to your practice.
Right, but I've never done yoga. I've taken a couple of private yoga games. And I wasn't very good at that either. But I'd like to do it. It would obviously help me. I'm super unlimbered, and you know, and like it really takes me a little bit to unfold the more. My daughter, she's 3. She's already figured out. She's like, Ben, you have to slow roll the morning.
She said slow roll in the morning?
Yeah. Ben likes to slow roll the morning. Because I'm like,
advanced? Yeah, great.
She's very advanced.
And part of the turnoff, one of the turnoffs is that I'm afraid I'll look silly, and that's true for a lot of guys. It keeps them out of yoga, and women too. So I don't know. This appeals to me because because one of the things that I want to be able to make fun of what's happening. Also, like, you know, if I can't straighten my leg, which I can't, right, for most things, then I'm like, I want to be able to curse. And I want to be like, oh, Jesus. And I want to be frustrated by that. And I know that when I go to yoga, I have to pretend that, oh, it's okay. Everybody
Yeah,
goes
just listen to your body.
Your pace, your Ben's pace is Ben's pace. You know, and I want to be like,
kind of condescending.
Right. I want to joke right now.
Yeah. It's so interesting because I love yoga. But what I don't like about yoga is every once in a while you'll get that yoga instructor who's like super into the practice, like for spiritual reasons, and they make you say things and breathe a certain way that I don't want to own during the class. Like the group of people oming in unison does not excite me. It doesn't work me out in any way. It doesn't help me meditate. It annoys me. And then literally the lion's thing I was talking about, I don't remember if it's called lion's breath. You literally stick your tongue out and go, and everyone's doing it simultaneously while that's not working out.
I never got that.
No, so I'm not. I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to do that.
I'm not going to do it either. It makes me so uncomfortable, though.
Right,
it makes me uncomfortable. And then, like, the bow at the end and you say namaste. I don't want to do that either. Like, it makes me feel clownish. But it's all about what people's preferences are. Some people like the rage yoga. I wouldn't like it. I don't want to hear cussing, and I come here for that, right?
Yeah.
For yoga, I don't want to hear anyone talk except for the instructor telling me how I'm supposed to bend my body. That's it.
Yeah. Well, thank you both for sharing your experience. I liked hearing your story about working out, about your different workouts that you had. I liked hearing that story.
It was really interesting.
I actually liked it. So I've done yoga a couple of times, and look, it is difficult. It kicked my ass. Like, no workout really. Like, I used to do martial art called capoeira, Brazilian martial art, and that kicked my ass.
Fancy, huh? You fancy, huh?
But anyway, this what's it called? Capoeira.
But you said something else. What did you say first?
The Brazilian martial art called capoeira.
But didn't you say, like, I used to do Brazilian martial art?
No, I don't have any. I wish that I could do that. That would sound cool. The closest I get is El Duende Chingón. But anyway, my initial inclination, as it is with so many stories that come up on the internet, is to say this isn't real. It sounded like a skit that she was doing in that video. An interesting one. And if people want to go to it, I'm sure there's a demand for endless additional yoga classes. And you can do whatever you want. The thing
and the battery is charging. And this she's charging too.
Because of the way that it's structured, like you said, and there are other things
out of the internet from there.
I recently
close all your programs.
For a while. Like, that is a great place to go. You can't
close all the programs so you can let it.
But you're letting out frustration and aggression, and you're trying to kill people. Like, maybe if that's what you want.
Everything. And let it sharp for tomorrow. And come with me so I can give you some water. Is that empty? I can give you some medication. So you can sleep, and I already put the
wax different is that it encourages people to drink if they want to drink. Like, drink alcohol as you're doing yoga. And then I started thinking about it, because I think drinking while you do yoga is a terrible idea. Just keeping it real. Like, I'm sure places in Colorado or Washington State have, like, marijuana yoga, right? Like, how fucking fun would that be?
Yeah, but do you really want to exercise when you're high?
Sometimes.
I don't know. I do think that if you have an average rage yoga class drinking like that, based on the experience and what I felt the last time I did yoga, odds of 20% of the class urinating is almost 100%. So, like, you are going to fall the wrong way and you're going to piss yourself so bad. That's the true rage.
I think John's right. In general, like, part of the reason yoga works is because of the way yoga is.
Yeah.
So you can't. But that said, offering a different kind of class.
She can do whatever she wants.
And she found a clever name for it. That's all.
Yeah.
So you can curse and you know, and it would help me to be able to go, fuck, that hurts. You know.
Yeah.
And not have people go, and not have anybody go, shh.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be like, shh, this, and then, you know, let me tell you a funny story.
Is it about working out? You could incorporate elements of this in other things. Like in Krav Maga, a lot of what you do is a person holding a bag and you hitting it in various ways. But like, you could have them like print out a picture of their like ex or something, and not you actually hit them.
Would it help
to get the rage out?
Would it help in Brazilian capoeira?
Maybe it would. Okay. By the way, she would love.
I'm sure I would. I'm sure I would. All right, let's at least fit in one more story.
Okay.
A 24-year-old teacher was forced to resign after a video of her vacationing went viral on the internet. Now, this was a video of her on vacation in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico.
John, how would you say that?
Cabo San Lucas.
Cabo San Lucas. And as she was vacationing, she did what any person would do. She had a good time, and she was forced to resign as a result of that. Let's take a look at the video.
está esa acción, ¿eh? Quiero algo sabroso, DJ. DJ, quiero algo sabroso. Algo sabroso. All right, here we go. Everybody, on the count of three, a la cuenta de tres. Uno, dos.
So her dancing was so impressive that she won a little over $200 American for it. But the school that she worked at was not amused by this. Apparently, the teachers were not amused by it. So she was given no option but to resign.
Where did she work?
She worked, it sounds like it was a school in Mexico. It's called Cumbre de Noroeste Institute. It's basically a private school. And so she's like, what the hell? I'm an adult. I vacation. I have a good time. Let me give you her statement.
It's a prestigious school.
Apparently. She says, let's go to graphic 24. It was a dance competition. Something like this doesn't define me as a person. It was my free time, and we're in the 21st century. It's not something to be afraid of. I'm not naked. I'm not having sex or taking drugs or disrespecting anyone. I'm a human being like everyone else. And at times, people believe your profession defines you, and you don't have a life outside of your job. That you don't have friends or family or free time. Preach it, sister. I love her statement for so many different reasons. Because A, companies think they own you and they own every fucking waking moment of your life. And B, like, yeah, she's a human being. You know what people do when they vacation? They fucking have a good time. They drink. They dance. When I was in Barcelona, I was on a beach with my top off, right? Because that's what people do in Barcelona. If someone took a picture of that and they posted it all over the internet and I was an educator, am I going to get fired for that? That's ridiculous.
When I went to Missouri, half the time I was working. I didn't earn any money for it. I did work. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, look, in her statement, she says I wasn't naked, I wasn't having sex, I wasn't doing drugs. But if you were, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, like, guess what? We're all naked under the clothes we're wearing, right? We all have human bodies. We all have kibbles and bits. Like, the shaming involving our bodies drives me crazy, whether it's man or woman.
I'm glad this was a Mexican school, because then it's, there's this, maybe there's, some super Catholicism involved there. I was worried that a school district in the United States fired her for this, and we all know we've done enough stories here. That's entirely possible, yeah. She did, she doesn't even, to give her a pass, suggests that she was, like, the case doesn't even come to court.
Yeah,
like, exactly. She did not, it's not even that, one thing that got me in that, I'm like, God, why can all girls dance provocatively? Like, it's just, you're all so good at it to learn. Right, but we have no, each other, I can't do what she did. And she's fantastic, and I can't even tell whether she's attractive or not, but she instantly, just as soon as she starts moving, I'm like, oh, God bless her. And she probably, and she's a teacher, and so she's this beautiful sexual creature who's a teacher, which probably means she can do other things, which probably means she's teaching because she, wants to, and thought, oh, you know what I'll do? I'll take my knowledge and I'll help young minds come together. Like, you're giving up the exact person who you should not be firing.
That's exactly right. And every single one of us, during our free time, during vacation, do things that, if we're caught on camera and we're released to the public, would raise a few eyebrows, right? Because you're vacationing, you're having a good time, you're letting loose. Like, that's the point of vacationing. I'm not talking about, okay, well, whatever. I mean, if I go to Vegas and I'm in a club and I'm wasted out of my mind and I'm, like, grinding up on some dude, yeah, that looks bad, but does that mean that I'm unprofessional in my work?
You know what I've
learned? Does that mean I'm unqualified for my work? No.
Christian, I've learned one thing in this show, which is interesting, I didn't expect to, is that I would like to vacation with you. Let's go. You're taking your top off, you're grinding up against strangers. Like John goes to Missouri and plays video games with his friends and watches the same movie like 6 times.
That's not true. I didn't say that part.
That was the last vacation.
You're the ideal educator, I just realized.
I know, I would never get fired or hired. And look, like you said, we've had this story many times in America. When I first read it, I thought it was an American school, and a lot of American schools would have fired her. But we do have to bear in mind, in terms of, like, this disheartens me to some extent, we have to bear in mind, when we hear a story that a teacher has been fired because the pictures were leaked, or she was twerking, or whatever, that's a story because it's a story. When they find pictures or a video and then they don't fire her, we don't hear about it because a teacher not being fired is not a story. So there can be a lot of tolerant principles out there, and we would never know because that's not news. So don't be too disheartened by this.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was to be like, you'd hope the principal would go, hey, principal, be careful when you're out in public. The video might go public. But I actually don't even want him to say that.
No.
I'd rather he just go,
are you available for
did you have, right, it looks like you had fun on vacation. Good.
You should see my video.
Being a teacher is hard. I'm glad you had a good fun
It's
vacation.
called self-care.
Right.
Okay. My best friend who's a social worker talks about the importance of self-care when you're a social worker because it's a tough job, right? And if self-care includes you going to Cabo San Lucas, getting drunk, and twerking in a bikini, then do you. Okay? That doesn't harm anyone. All it does is allow you to have a good time. And if people want to judge you for that, fuck them.
She was literally being judged for that contest.
Yes,
that was consensual.
So so I'm really dumb, but I know I'm not alone being dumb. So I've told the story before, but when I was in college, I took a class on America in the 1950s, and the professor was talking about, it's terrible, but he talked about the move from the development of these Levittown communities in the East, and he was like, so people were moving from urban to suburban communities. I'm taking notes. He says suburban communities. That's where we get the word suburban. Right? Right?
Oh,
and I was like, yeah, the older one just figured this out. Right? But it's so obvious. Suburban.
I mean, now I feel like an idiot.
But whatever, until somebody says it to you, then you just think suburb, right? So at that moment, then I somewhere like, I don't know, I was 17 years old, and somebody from, in the world of the internet, this seems crazy. But I heard a black person speak with a British accent. And I was like, there are black people in England? Like, all I'd seen was PBS shows, upstairs, downstairs. No black people on those shows. I thought everyone in England was white, and then right? Just because that's how they talk, right? So, and then, of course, as soon as you realize it, you're like, oh, I'm an idiot. There's probably billions of black people. Like, what am I? And in this story right here, I was like, look at that. A Mexican went to Cabo San Lucas.
I was wondering how you're going to,
bring it back.
Right, because you're like, that's for Americans. But you don't forget, Mexican is going to waste their money.
Great place to go to meet Americans.
Right, that's true. But you figure Mexicans are like, I'll go to Cabo. We know where to go.
Yeah.
Anyway, I learned something today.
I learned something today, too.
Yeah.
Where suburban came from.
I
learned recently where the expression dicing food comes from. So it makes it like little dice shapes. Never realized that before.
All right. We should stop talking and end the show immediately.
But we're educating people, Anna.
Yeah. And also,
sort of think tank right here.
Really all right, everyone have a great night. For our members, stick around. We're going to have an awesome show for you. And for everyone else, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.